What's up, guys? What is up? I love this time of year. I love this time of year. Well, here we go again, guys. We've got yet another bad hair day. Got another bad hair day. We got another Rolex leak hot off the presses. Hot off the presses, guys, and this one is a big one. If it's true. If it's true. But we'll let a few of you guys trickle in first. We'll let you trickle in, and then we will share the blockbuster news, if it's true. First, quick audio check. Can you hear me? Can you hear me there? Let me know if you can hear me. This could be one of the most elaborate fakes of all time, or it could be a really, really blockbuster introduction from Rolex. Look, I'm wearing a shirt that I'm wearing a blue tie-dye shirt. Guys, open panel tonight. Here's what we're going to do. Everyone is welcome. So what I'll do is I'll drop the panel link in the chat. And I'll pin it. The pin is linked. The link is pinned. Let's see who we have, guys. We're going to get to all of the breaking news momentarily. Got Logan Hall's Grill Streams, member of the OC channel here. Let's call it the Dark Knight. Boom. Let's call it the Dark Knight. I'm down with that. We will analyze in excruciating detail what we're looking at here. But I think if this is real, if this is true, then I think the Dark Knight is an appropriate name. Got Andy Lewis, also a member of the channel. I'll call it the Blue Beetle. We're already coming up with nicknames. I love it. I love it. Got Original Mathis, member of the OC channel and co-CEO of the Watch Colony and Original OC channel networks. And of course, my boss. What's up, Mathis? Hey, look, we got Red Shovel in the chat. If that's real, I want it. Is this the real Red Shovel? It's cool to see Red Shovel in the chat. Hope he's doing well. And we got Peeps in the chat. We got 4 people watching. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 5 people watching, which isn't bad. It's not bad for 10 o'clock at night. Is the bezel 2 shades of blue? No, it is not. The bezel is black and blue. Black and blue. It is a BLNR. BLNR. And we're gonna scrutinize this. We have all the details about this leak. If this is real, if this is and some of you guys are going to ask, like, is this white gold? Is this platinum? It's steel. It's steel. This is a steel GMT-Master 2. It is redesigned and does, if real, designate itself as a revised model with a new reference number of 136710. We've got Dub Crown. Dub Crown. I think that's a revised branding of this person. Dub Crown, member for 17 months as a campaign senior consultant. Let's go, Rolex. Cheers. Good to see Dub Crown in the chat. Member for 17 months, and he's not just a campaign volunteer. I gotta hand it to Dub Crown. He is a member at the senior consultant level. Guys, start firing away questions. I will tell you exactly what this is, but like, let's make it interactive. Let's make it fun. I have one image here. So we have to like drag this out because that's all we have is one image. But the one image, if real, says a lot. Hey, got St. Peter in the chat, original leaker. Welcome to the original OL channel, guys. Yeah, this is big. This is huge. And of course, we're the first watch channel to cover it. I was made aware of this leak. I want to give credit to the people who shared this with me, and the credit goes to the team at Coronet Magazine. Coronet Magazine sent it to me, and they're like, "Hey, OC, what do you think of this?" I'm like, "I don't know. Like, where did it come from?" I'm like, originally came from Reddit." Oh well, I mean, that's a beacon of truth. It came from Reddit. Of course, it's real. So it could very well be. It could very well be made up. Peeps asks if that is the real OG Batman. Oh, if that's real, comma, if this is real, I'm just going to paraphrase what you're saying. I'm going to transform this into English so I can understand it. And maybe the audience can too. If this photograph is real, if this image is real, comma, then the original Batman, the OG Batman, is going to tank. I don't know about that. But this is amazing. This is amazing. Martin Talks Business. What's the URL of the page that you're showing? Well, the URL is interesting. The URL, if it's real, and I'm not saying this is real, guys. I don't know if this is real or not. But if it's real, the URL is basically a pre-production Rolex server. It's basically Rolex.com, but at the staging environment, the pre-production environment. And the URL is basically preprod.rolex.com and then a bunch of stuff, including the reference number, so which is 136710. Yep. So it looks like if we're going to draw this out to its logical conclusion, the 126 generation GMT-Master 2 is discontinued. It's gone and is being replaced with a new revised 136 GMT-Master 2. If this is true, I don't know, because the case doesn't look all that different. Does the case look better than before? I don't know. I mean, the case, I would think that the case would look like the Submariner case, more refined, slimmed down lugs and the broader bracelet. I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing it. Keslowitz in chat, the new baddie. Yeah, this is the Dark Knight. The Dark Knight. Black and blue bezel with a navy blue dial. And let me tell you, the navy blue dial is sexy AF. It looks absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely stunning. We've got Crime Piece in the chat. By the way, check out Crime Piece on YouTube. He did some pretty good stuff if you like. Remember, Crime Piece was one of the guys who was at the forefront of exposing the timepiece gentleman and did a lot of stuff in the watch hobby around those criminals back in the day. Good to see Crime Piece in the chat. What's up? John Galt's in the chat. I guess this is a fake leak and the other one are real. Now that's a good point. I think this one, which looks like it's a screen grab of the Rolex website, I think this one is more likely to be fake than the leaks that have already been put out. But I don't know. I think it's fun to speculate. I mean, if this were real, what would it mean? Let's talk about it. Got the David J. Goncalves in the chat. That dial color seems very similar to the current stainless steel Yachtmaster. No, it does not. No, it does not at all. Sorry, David, don't agree with you. This is more of like a dark navy, midnight blue. And what you have on the Yachtmaster is a brighter blue. It's like a bright sunray blue. This could be a, I was going to say this could be a bezel, but it's not. It's not just a blue bezel. I mean, a dial. Hey, we got Gatsby in the chat. Gatsby's a member of the OC channel. Hey, OC, is this going to be the first steel GMT-Master 2 with a colored dial? Really? I would sooner believe it was white gold like the previous GMT-Master 2 references with the color dials. No, based on the data that we have here in this image, it's a steel model. And there's two things that confirm it, and I'll share those two things momentarily. We got Brody, who's a member of the channel, and he's not happy with this at all. You're not happy with this? Yeah, I mean, I guess if you have a Patek Nautilus, a 15202 Royal Oak, both are buried in the bottom of the drawer, and you have a Richard Mille, and you probably have other shit too that we don't know about. I can see why you might think this is boring. But Brody has a banger collection. That's why. BB27 glide lock finally on the GMT. Actually, there's already glide lock on the GMT, isn't there? Isn't there glide lock on the GMT already? You guys tell me. I don't know. I think there is already. I know on mine. What do I have? Pepsi, and the Pepsi. It's Easy Link only. I think, isn't there glide lock on the GMT? I don't know. This doesn't look good, says Boogie Brat. What's up, Boogie Brat? Welcome to the channel. Become a member. Also, first of all, make sure you're subscribed. That's the first thing. This is the original OC channel, Smart Watch Talk for the Smart Collector. We focus exclusively on Rolex, Patek Philippe, Audemars Piguet, and Richard Mille. That's what this channel is all about. We don't. If you came here to learn about Seiko mods, you are in the wrong place. If you came here to learn about Timex, if you came here to learn about Casio, get lost. Get lost. We focus on Rolex, AP Patek Paul, and Richard Mille. Let's cover the comments here. It has a new reference number, 136710. Yes, it does. It does. Let me see if I can blow this up for you guys. Hold on a second here. Okay, first of all, you can see the URL here. The URL has the new reference number there. You guys see that? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. And then even more importantly than that, we've got a screen capture of the actual, look at this stuff right here. Oh, look at that all the way in the corner. Why are they giving it a new reference number if it's still 40 millimeter and it looks like the same case? Because this is fake, right? Because this is fake. We're not falling for it. We're not falling for it, Reddit trolls. The Reddit trolls think they can fool us. There's no way. This can't be real. Can't be real. So it's steel. We know it's steel, and we know it's 11,800. What's the current price? What's the current price of the steel GMT on Jubilee? Someone pull that up. Someone in the chat figure that out and then drop that in the chat. In the United States. Wait a minute. Here's a little interesting tidbit. Look at the bottom line. It says $11,800 USD. Now, wait a minute. I think we may have found the problem. There's always, when these guys create fake stuff, they always screw up. Oh no, it does say that. Even on the US website, it says that. Let me just show you guys this right here. This is the actual live Rolex website. As you can see here, it says $11. What the hell? $11,800 USD. Okay. So there are two places that confirm it's steel, the reference number up on top and then the pricing down below. There is an obvious tell from that screenshot that indicates it's fake. Can you spot it? I'm not sure. I mean, could it be like the time? Like instead of like the time is 10:11 and then the GMT hand. No, this looks pretty similar to how it looks like on the website. You tell me. You tell me. I'm not spotting something. But if it's fake, it's, you know, that's why we're here. That's why we're here covering this right now. I'm not saying this is real. I'm saying this is a leak. A Keslowitz, if this is real, you have to start off every comment with if this is real. If this is real, Kessler says, most of the iconic Rolex blue dials are on precious metal. This cheapens the brand, in my opinion. Oh, see this cheapens the brand, bro. I don't know. Does it? If they were to introduce a navy blue dial, would it cheapen the brand? Vimal, member of the OC channel in the chat, says, I knew it. He thinks this is real. You think this is real? If you think this is real, let's start a poll. Let's start a poll. Is this image of a redesigned GMT-Master 2 real or fake? And I'll let you guys vote in the poll. No wishy-washiness. You can have to choose one or the other. Let me know in the chat. I knew it, says Vimal. They were supposed to redesign the GMT-Master line last year. Even had the Watches and Wonders 2026 booth set up for it. I mean, I think you mean 25. But the market slowed down, made them pivot to the Bruce Wayne. Very interesting conspiracy theory here, Vimal. Theory that somehow they wanted to introduce this last year, but they couldn't because of the market slowdown and because of the tariffs. But remember, the tariffs didn't happen until April. Crazy. That's crazy, ludicrous conspiracy theory. Kessler says blue GMT hand on a blue dial makes no sense. What if it's a slightly different blue? What if it's the blue that's the same blue that's on the bezel? Let's do this. If we go back, let's see. Let's see. The Pepsi. Oh, the Pepsi that has the blue bezel has a red arrow hand, right? Yeah. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Because the Pepsi, the white gold Pepsi with the blue dial has a red arrow, red 24-hour hand, right? Let me know if you agree with me in the chat. The Yachtmaster blue dial is dark navy blue. Is it? I don't think it is. Listen, I just got into this hobby like 6 months ago. So like, I'm not really an expert on anything. But if I do a search for the Yachtmaster, pull it up, OC, pull it up. This is a totally different blue. I don't know what you're talking about. This is a sunray blue dial. Doesn't look anything like the blue in the picture. How come it's not showing the details? What's going on with their website? Boom. How come it doesn't say discover? Their site is jacked. Now you have to go to that to say discover. Oh, okay. What color dial is bright? See, this is bright blue. See, I told you. Listen, OC was right. This is a bright blue dial, which is it's a totally different blue than the blue that is on the GMT-Master 2 that we are showing on the screen here. At least that's what I'm saying. So, David, I respectfully disagree. I disagree. We've got Jonathan Smith in the chat. What's up, Jonathan Smith? What's the current price of the GMT? It's 11,800 on. Actually, it's 11,000. Yeah, 11,800 on Oyster. And as you can see here, this watch is on Oyster. The mall, the options to configure don't overlap the image in the real site. Okay, so let's go to the site and figure it out. You may be right. So yeah, if I'm configuring here, you're right. There we go. Oh, there we go. Nope. If I click on the dial, this is the image. You're wrong, Vimal. So if I click on the dial here while I'm in the configurator, this is the live site. It looks pretty darn accurate. Really accurate. So nope, this one has been debunked. Debunked. Kessler's going to offer a prediction. I do think the Batman gets discontinued in a few weeks, getting long to. You mean just the Batman? You mean just the Batman? I'm going to drop the link to jump on the panel because it's no longer pinned because I'm running a poll. So there's the link to hop on the panel. Got Boxer in the chat. Thank you, Boxer, by the way. Thanks to everybody who donated and supported St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and the Ronald McDonald House Charities on the stream a couple of nights ago. We raised $900 for those causes, and the total is pretty. I think that we're over $10,000 now for both those charities combined. So thank you guys for that. Boxer was one of the people who contributed $100 to Ronald McDonald House Charities. Thank you very much, Boxer. If genuine, that's right. Everyone has to start their comment with if this is real. If genuine possibly has a new ceramic dial, it doesn't, because it would be more expensive, and we already saw the price. So if you look down here at the price, look down at the bottom left, you can see it's $11,800 and that the model's in steel. And they're probably not going to do a ceramic dial on the steel version. If they did, they would raise the price. So that is a nice theory, but that has also been debunked. Debunked. We got RBH in the chat. Welcome to this channel. Subscribe to the channel. This is the original OC channel. If you're new here, we do watch talk. We do live streams about the watch industry, new releases, rumors, speculation, what's going on in the watch hobby. We do live streams without notice, without preparation, without planning. RBH says, no way, blue on, blue on, blue. Yeah, it's the blue, 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 baby. Blue 24-hour hand, blue dial, black and blue bezel. Chris Hopper, what a bunch of nerds. We are getting excited for a blue dial. No, I mean, it's not just that. Although just this by itself is revolutionary. It's revolutionary. Oh man. It's the 136710. So this is a brand new reference. It's been redesigned, as you can tell by the look of it, completely reimagined. Let's see who else we have in the chat here. The GMT hand, says Vimal, matches the non-black color of the bezel for the Pepsi and the Batman, so it's correct. There you go. Hey, I'm going to get a drink. I'll be right back. Give me 15 seconds. Count to 15 seconds. I'll be right back. I want to get a nice ice-cold soft drink, so bear with me. Told you it'd be quick. Cheers. Jefferson Electric reminding people to upvote the live stream. Good on you. Thank you very much. Upvote the live stream. Let's get to 50. Let's get to 50 likes immediately. Let's go. Everybody watching, hit the thumbs up icon. Tap the thumbs up button. Yes, what do you think? Do you think it's real or do you think it's fake? We will cover, I mean, I don't know. It's from Reddit, so it's probably fake, right? Gatsby says the Sprite got a white GMT hand when it got the green dial. They didn't keep the green hand. Okay, let's go to white gold. Woo, okay, so we got the Pepsi Meteorite. let's see, white gold. The Sprite white gold, right? Yeah, bezel. Green and black. Yeah, it got white. Interesting. Good point. Good point, Gatsby. Yeah, but this is precious metal, and this is a ceramic dial. We don't know if this is real, what this is. We know it's steel, but we don't know if that's just a blue dial or if it's a blue lacquer or what it is. We've got Yo Leo. Colored dials have only been on precious metals, metals with a D. Okay. Colored dials have only been on precious petals on all previous GM, I believe. Okay. Yeah, I believe. Not necessarily. I mean, we've had, didn't you have brown dials on two-tone root beers in the past? Long time ago? I don't know. Would make sense as white gold. Yeah, but it's not white gold. We know that by the reference number. So it's not. And the price. Vimal says, and maybe he's true. Maybe he's accurate here. This feels like a lot of work that went in for a hoax. Really, what's the work? You take the Rolex website, you create a fake image, you mock up a web page, you mock up the URL. It's probably pretty easy. Probably easy to fake this. Gatsby says it's a hoax. This is a hoax, guys. This is a hoax. Let's check in. The poll is running right now. The poll question is this image of a redesigned GMT-Master 2 real or fake? Vote in the poll. St. Peter says no double crown, so it could be a fake leak. The question is, does it have a new movement? See, the thing is, if they introduce a new reference. So, for example, look, when they move to the Oyster Perpetual 41 to the redesigned Oyster Perpetual 41, they changed the reference number. Okay. Now, they're going from a 126 GMT-Master 2 to a 136. We don't know what changed. If there's no movement change, then it's going to stay Swiss crown made. If they did a movement change and they introduced quick set date, then it would probably be crown, Swiss made crown. Right? Maybe. But I think the reference number by itself designates a new model. You guys are far more in the know on this than I do. Vimal says, so for steel, it would be the color of the bezel, like the current lineup. The Guinness has the yellow GMT. Yeah, so Guinness has yellow GMT. Root beer has rolled. So white gold. Sprite has white gold. Yeah, that's true. That's true. This is nonsense, that's Gatsby. There's no way, he's screaming it in all caps. No way this is happening. Why would Rolex ever make this travesty? Let me introduce a new factor into the equation. Okay, because we talked about this with the Daytona. Let me see if I can pull up an image of that Daytona here. It's not that one. It is not that. Bear with me. This thing. Check this out. So we talked a little bit about redesigning the bezel and kind of going back to the past. What if they're also introducing new technology in the bezel that prevents and thwarts counterfeiting? So what if they introduce new technology in the bezel with like a laser engraved invisible serial number? Right? That way, it would be impossible to counterfeit. Now, what if on this dial right here, what they've introduced on the dial, and the Rolex does have patents for this, basically the ability to laser etch or to laser engrave serial numbers onto the dial. Maybe they pass like if they pass like a UV light over it or whatever, and it reveals the serial number. What if this is a new dial to represent introduction of new technology to thwart counterfeits? It would be impossible to counterfeit this model because you would have basically every dial serial numbered. St. Peter says ceramic dial makes sense in terms of Rolex material incremental improvement. Is that really incremental improvement to go from a brass dial, a painted brass dial, to ceramic? More scratch resistant during servicing? Are dials really? I don't think so. St. Peter, I think ceramic dials are much, much harder to make and are probably far more brittle during the production process. Whereas the brass dials probably stamp them out a million at a time. And you have a problem with a painted brass dial, you just throw it in the trash and put in a new one for like 15 cents. Crown guards look a little bit off. Actually, let's see if they look a little bit off. Let's go to the real website. Boom. I can pull up the Batman here. Show me the Batman on Oyster. There you go. There's the crown guards look the same to me. Exactly the same. Prove me wrong. Let's see. We got Sammy K in the chat. What's up, Sammy K? Got Tobister McDonkey. What's up, Tobister? Mr. Tutor to you is in the chat. All three of you guys, by the way, are not members. Just if you don't have a star next to your name, you're not a member. And we do member shame here. Come on, guys, become a member. We've got Brian Farrell in the chat. What's up, Brian? You sound new to the channel, maybe? We also know the red-blue color combo of the Pepsi was extraordinarily difficult to produce. Yeah, the two little old ladies in Geneva that were responsible for that formulation of the powder to create the Cerachrome bezel. Yeah. One of them got sick. The other one wanted to retire. Very, very difficult. Gatsby here is insistent that this is not real. In response to an entire year of irate Pepsi buyers, Rolex released a blue dial to differentiate the steel from the gold. They are not going to now make a steel GMT with a blue dial. Well, this is totally different. This is a different blue. This is a totally different blue, and it's on the Batman. Who's to stop them? See, what if the Pepsi's discontinued? Maybe the Pepsi's discontinued. Maybe the whole GMT line is discontinued, and this is a new GMT-Master 2. Vimal, here we go. Look at this. I found one error. The Oyster bracelet code is 0003, but the image has 0002. Let's go to the Rolex website. Boom. Let's look at the Oyster. Oyster, I'm sorry to tell you, well, actually, you're right. Vimal is correct. Vimal is correct. You can't see it. You can't see it, but when you go back and forth on the configurator, between the Oyster and the Jubilee, the Oyster is a 0003. That means this could be fake. Fake. Unless it's some kind of weird thing with the image that it pulls. I'm not sure. Check. Okay, I'm back. So it's not real. All right. Wi-Fi issues. Wi-Fi. By the way, yeah, I agree. It's a different blue, an imaginary one. I love it. I love it. I think Vimal proved that this is fake, right? So I think aren't do we need to do anything else? Do we need any further investigation on this? Let me know. Let's go to the poll. Do you think this is real or fake? Keep voting in the poll. Keep voting in the poll. If you want to jump on and talk about it, I'll drop a link to the panel. By the way, I have an announcement, an important announcement to make. I have a very important announcement to make. What's up, Jorn Identity? Good to see you. That's the author of Deadbeat Seconds. Pick it up now on Amazon. Earls is in the chat. OC, isn't it fake because the default bracelet on the steel references is the Jubilee and the bracelet option is the last configuration choice, not the bezel? I have no idea what you're talking about. No idea. Because if I go to the website here, I can go back to the beginning. If I go back to the beginning of the configurator, it's going to give me, this is basically what you're looking at here, right? So this screen right here, imagine this one with the new model, and I'll go back to it so you can see it. Boom, right there. See, same thing. Yeah, Jorn Identity says fugazi. That means not real, not real. Okay, I have an important announcement to share with the global watch community. I have, true to my word, as you know, this channel focuses almost exclusively on Rolex, Patek AP, Richard Mille, and for watch investors out there, FP Journe. And listen, I tell people all the time to reach for the cross, reach for the crown. My advice to you is only buy Rolex, only buy Patek, and don't buy any other brands. And I have to say that I've made a decision. That decision is to sell my Omega Seamaster Diver 300M and to sell my Zenith El Primero Chronomaster. Both those two watches are the first two luxury watches I ever bought. I think the Seamaster was a $4,000 or $5,000 watch at the time, and the Zenith retailed for $8,700 at the time. I think I paid a little over $5,000 for it. Both of those watches are no longer in my collection, and I no longer own any Omegas. I no longer own any Zeniths. I don't think anybody. I think I have to practice what I preach. My collection is only Rolex, 2 Pateks, and 1 AP at this point. It's all Rolex. So, as you know, here on the channel, I preach Rolex, Patek AP, and Richard Mille. So I think you guys have a good idea of what I'm going for next to complete the quadrant of collecting. What's up, Captain? Got Captain, who's a member of the OC channel, in the chat. Jump on the panel. The panel. If you just joined us, we are revealing yet another leak. This one supposedly from the pre-production Rolex website. What we have here is a redesigned steel GMT-Master 2 with a new reference number 136710 BLNR, black and blue bezel, stainless steel with a blue dial. Got Nerd with swag in the chat. What's up, Nerd? Give me a thumbs up if you're cool to come on. Everything good? All right. Captain, what's up?
OC, how you doing, my friend?
I'm doing pretty good.
Good.
Have you seen this image before right now?
No, this is breaking news from the original OC channel. Thank you very much for covering.
It could be, yeah, it could be breaking news in a good way or a completely bad way, because I have no idea if this is real or not. But you know what? We have a responsibility to bring it to the people, bring it to the global watch community, and discuss it. And then, by the way, even if it's not real, it's still a good idea to debate. What if it were real? What if it were? Do you like it if they did this? Would you applaud it? And then there's still people who would. There's still fucking complainers out there, Cap. Like even if it's even if they did this, I don't like it. You shouldn't do the blue dial because Kessler is like, they're going to screw over the people who have the blue dial. How many people have a blue dial Pepsi?
Not many.
I mean, like
not
7
many
people.
Now,
7 people in the world. Come on.
What's interesting is if you have the black dial, you could swap it for the blue. So if you have the white gold, like Christian from Theo and Harris, you can return that black dial to Rolex, and they will give you a blue one.
You have to buy it.
Right? Yes, of course. But they keep the black one. Now, what I would want to do if I did that is get both. But that's just me. And I happen to like the black dial. I agree with what you're saying because I have no idea. My initial reaction, just when you put this up and I clicked on OC, I said it's Fugazi. There's no way they're doing this in steel. It's just not going to happen. But then I thought the same thing you just said. It's a good-looking watch, and I think it would sell. A lot of people would want this. Now, what about, I would say, if they did this, it would be in white gold.
But it's not. It's not, and it's not, if you believe.
That is fake.
It is, and it's not because if you look at the reference number here at the top, it says 136710 BLNR, which is basically the steel reference number. And then if you scroll down here to the bottom left, you actually see the price. It says GMT-Master 2 Oyster steel, Oyster 40 millimeter Oyster steel bracelet.
I am just
11,800.
Thank you
that's
for
cool.
Pointing that out. And but if they did this, I think they should do it, and they should do it in white gold. And I think it's a banger. I actually really like it. I really like it. Now I only looked at it for 2 minutes since I clicked on late. Sorry about that. But
no, it's okay. By the way, what do you think of the concept of a blue GMT hand with a blue dial and a blue bezel? You think it's too much blue, or does it blend together? Is it not? Does it break the rule of legibility and you can't have it?
What's the alternative? No, I think it definitely is. It's definitely noticeable, and the alternative is not noticeable because it blends in. So I think an alternative hand. What would they do?
Well, on white gold models, that GMT hand is white gold. So on the root beer,
that's what they should do.
On root beer, it's rose gold.
Yes, I have the root beer. Beautiful.
On the yellow gold Guinness, it's yellow gold.
Mm-hmm.
And on the Sprite, white gold Sprite, it's white gold. So if this were white gold, then that 24-hour hand would be a white gold hand.
So now how much would you be willing to wager that this is fake? Because I think it is. And what does the poll say? I would imagine it's going to be heavily skewed towards Fugazi.
Yeah, right now the audience thinks, with a lot of votes in, that 70% of the people say this is not real and 30% believe it's real.
Well, what are those probability sites?
What's the Playmaker? What's the name of the gambling site, guys? Polymarket.
Polymarket. Vimal knows the other one, and I think they put up different watches. Right? Will the Pepsi be discontinued? And you can, I guess, not gamble if you are the owner of Polymarket or one of these sites. It's not gambling, right? I don't know what it is, but they claim it's not.
It seems like gambling to me.
If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, you tell me, OC. But do you think? I think this is an aesthetically good-looking watch. I agree with you on the hand. Too much blue on blue, but I don't think it's terrible.
No, I don't.
It's fine. Yeah. But would they go reverse though to white gold? I don't know. I was just thinking that Rolex loves their gold, right? They love selling the gold pieces. They can get a significant, markup, and people will buy it like hotcakes. But this watch isn't steel, so I'm going fake.
Fake. But if it were real, you'd love it.
Thanks, Brody. It would sell, yeah. I love it. I go back to the white gold Pepsi, and I happen to like that with the black dial. And I think I'm in the minority there because everyone would say, well, it looks exactly like the steel. And my view is that's exactly the point. No one knows what it is, but I'm an outlier there. You know, a little stealth. You know, you have the white gold. I don't need to flash it. If you know, you know. This watch would sell. I mean, is there any doubt, OC, that this would be a wait list, or you'd register interest and wait for 3 years if you're
this would be
not a player?
This would be $25,000 watch right out of the gate, for sure. Maybe even more. The other thing that I think that they should do, and is they need to introduce a lot more anti-counterfeiting technology into their watches.
Yeah,
and if they're just coming up with new, I mean, that's where they should focus a lot of their innovation and R&D and technology. Like, so if this new dial, for example, you'd pass like a UV light over it or whatever, it have a hidden laser etched fucking serial number or whatever. That's the shit that they should be focused on for the bezels too. Bezels.
Okay. Well, they do
dials,
it on the crystal, right? They have that,
but that's been counterfeited already. You know?
All right. So they got to stay. They got to stay one step ahead.
Yeah, they got to stay 2 steps ahead of these fucking Chinese counterfeiters. Not to focus on the fact that they're Chinese, but like, I mean,
that's where
adding it for emphasis.
Counterfeiting,
yeah, exactly.
It's a factual statement. So you're okay in the PC, world that we live in. But the pre-owned program, though, goes a long way towards. I think that's part of their, in addition to grabbing a large part of the market share of the pre-owned market, they control the product, they authenticate the product. When you buy pre-owned, another thing, and I think some people talk about it, but you're getting that authenticity guarantee, and it's to combat counterfeiters. They're taking it seriously, they're taking matters into their own hands, and if you buy pre-owned, you have a 99.99% likelihood, if not 100, that it's real. And if it's not, then Rolex would make it right.
Yep. So do we have any other, let's see, any other information? Boxer says this leak has several models. What do you mean? I mean, can you help me out there? I mean, were there other models leaked in addition to this one? Are there additional images? If so, point me in that direction. And I'm happy if they're legitimate images and they're not from like some porn site or whatever. I mean, I'm happy to pull them up. But it could be the thing that Vimal pointed out, which is a very smart thing, is that if you look at, let me get it here. This is the actual Rolex website now. The Oyster bracelet is designated with a 0003 in the reference number, and the Jubilee bracelet, let me see here. Which one is the Jubilee bezel? Bracelet. Okay. And the bracelet, the Jubilee bracelet is designated with a 0002. Right. Okay.
Yep.
Now, if you go to this.
Okay, this picture, OC, if I may. Sorry.
Yeah.
For jumping
this is
in.
This is the live website.
Okay, so this confirms that other watch is fake. Because I didn't realize it because I don't have a Batman or a Batgirl, but I've seen this watch a bazillion times. But now I'm focusing on what you said. The GMT hand is blue. There's no way they would do a blue dial and keep the same blue GMT hand, in my opinion. 0% chance.
0% chance. For legibility? Is that what you're saying?
I think for differentiation and legibility. I just don't think they would do it. Oh, we're just going to change the dial and that's it. from black to blue.
Mhm.
I just don't see it. So 0 is strong. So maybe I'll go 90, 95%. Now this is not going to age well, OC, if if they come out with the blue, and we'll see it live.
Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck if you're right or wrong? That's the whole point. It's like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It's true.
Every
we're getting into silly season now, right?
95%. 95% of the people last year said the leaks were fake, including myself. And all of them turned out to be real. Like, what's this ugly watch? It looks like an oyster quartz date just. Sure enough, it was real. What are they doing? Turquoise blue on yellow gold with an oyster flex bracelet? That's fucking nuts. That's ugly as fuck. You come out with it. Oh my God, it's incredible. Look how beautiful it is. I mean, Rolex fanboys, which includes us, are simps.
Yes, it does.
We are idiots.
This is fun though. This is when it gets
but
fun.
It's fun.
It's kind of like what we want them to do also, because people could leak anything and then people, glom onto it. And they're like, yeah, that would be really cool. So Rolex, take note. Maybe they should be thinking about these things if they haven't already. OC, where do you stand on the Pepsi discontinuation? Is it 100? Are you at like 99% now? Where are you?
Well, my prediction is that the Pepsi's gone. Yeah.
Right.
But also, like, consistent with that prediction is that the GMT-Master 2 should be refreshed and should have a quick new movement with a quick set date and refined lugs, and it should be in a more elegant case. So my feeling is like it's way beyond time for that to happen. And whether you call it GMT-Master 2 or GMT-Master 3, I don't give a fuck. But
wow,
I think they should redo the movement, quick set date, slimmer lugs, new case, thinner, and get rid of the Pepsi at the same time.
Yep. Quick set date would be that would be great.
They can do it. I mean, they have technology. Like you have a date 8.
No, I saw that. The 18238. Yep. A while ago. Yeah.
Was that single quick or double quick?
Double quick. 18238.
Yeah. So
great watch, man.
It's amazing technology. Even that simple, like rotating the crown forward and it updates the day of the week, and then backward it changes the date. Cool shit. How does it do that? I don't know.
I just can't see them brand wise going to, or model lineup wise, calling it a GMT-Master 3.
Then call it a GMT-Master. Hey, look, the Yachtmaster 2 leak came out. They kept the name Yachtmaster 2.
Maybe they'll call it a GMT-Master 2.5.
2.5.
That was a joke, but
let me see. By the way, let's see. So you've seen this one a gazillion times.
No, I haven't. I mean, I've been kind of busy with other stuff, and it's kind of refreshing. I come in and out. I got a purchase coming up too. For me, it's a pretty substantial one. In a week, I'm picking it up near your neck of the woods in Philly.
Cool.
Next week.
Keep me posted.
I definitely will. I think I've seen this. This white on white. This is not going to happen.
You don't think so?
No.
Okay, nope. Hold on a second. Let me pull up.
Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. That's in your top 5. That's in my top 5 OC impressions. Not gonna do it.
That's a Dana Carvey doing George Herbert Walker Bush.
That's even better. It's Dana Carvey doing shit.
I'm not doing George Bush. Wow. I'm doing Dana Carvey doing.
Yes. Well, then it's even better because you
not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent.
Wouldn't be prudent.
So here we have the Daytona, which I think is real. By the way, the key clue is the new bezel, the new old bezel.
Which one are we looking at?
I'll blow it up. I'll blow it up for you. So you can see it nice and.
I'm blinded. Big. I don't want to see the Yachtmaster 2. I'll go blind.
So you know what the current Daytona bezel looks like, right? It's got the radially aligned numerals, and it's got the triangular filled plots on the bezel. I thought you were a Rolex expert.
No, you're the Rolex expert. I'm just a
Okay.
hack.
All right. Let's go to the
But what was the
live.
second? So the second thing, what was the first thing you said? Using these SAT words, triangulation. Did you call it? What was that?
let me show you.
Let's go back to part. We got to break this down into two different parts here.
Okay. Let me let me show you let me show you the current.
Back. I don't have a Daytona. I never have. I have the Speedy Tokyo. I may be a Rolex fanboy, but I don't gush all over the Daytona though. I'd like to have one. I think this is a really cool. I like the watch. I like the black almost better than this one. I think the black dot. All right, let's walk me through this.
This is the current Daytona, the 126-500. In 2013, they redesigned the bezel. First of all, they introduced the ceramic bezel, and when they did that, both on the gold bezels and on the ceramic bezel, they introduced this new design of a bezel, which is basically these numerals that are radially aligned, so like in a circle, with all those triangular markers, and that all of that's like filled with platinum or whatever, right?
Right. And it's not that it actually harms legibility in some folks' mind, right? I mean, this is not the most legible watch.
It's not the bezel is completely illegible. So what they did is, and let me go to my Instagram where I detail this pretty significantly, is you can see here all of the previous versions of the Daytona bezel prior to 2013 had upright numerals, had the bezel with upright numerals.
Okay. Yeah.
Just like a Speedy or a Navitime.
Did you put all these? This is you with these circles.
These are me with these circles. The circles are actually
very helpful, actually.
Designating the 150 because it's just showing like on all the previous bezels there was a 150 there, and on the new one,
that's fast. If you're going 150, you better be on a track. But go ahead.
Yeah, it could be 150 kilometers. That's the whole thing. Is it's when you're timing something over a specific distance, the metric could be anything. The metric could be
It could switch it. Yep, I got you.
Yeah,
yep.
it could be over a kilometer or a mile or whatever.
I had this conversation. This is deja vu all over again.
Tim also talked about it.
He was convinced. I think I took the other side of it. I was like, "No, you're wrong." He goes, "Yes, no, I'm right." Okay.
So here we have basically they're going back. They're going back to the old design of the bezel, which is far more legible, and it is. And more historic, historically.
This is a Fugazi picture, so I mean, we're looking at a Fugazi bezel. So it's fun though, but they'll never do this. I believe, I'm standing according to me, and I'm, damn it, I'm going to be right on this one.
And here's
even
the redesigned yachtmaster
too. Gets a nut, and a broken clock is right twice a day.
And this is the redesigned Yachtmaster 2. So remember the old one had the 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 on the bezel with a giant Yachtmaster on the bottom on the bezel.
Right.
Looked ugly as fuck. So they've changed it. Now they've implemented more of a traditional diver bezel.
And this is an improvement.
Well, it's an improvement. It's you don't make me pull up a picture of the old one because the old one's fucking hideous. This is let's legitimate improvement.
All right, I want to see because this one looks equally hideous. I think. I mean, but I'm not a yacht. I don't want to. I'm going to offend people here. I don't want to offend any Yachtmaster 2 fanboys. I know one person who's had this watch, Big George, and he loves it, and that's the only person that I know who has this watch. I don't know. I mean,
here's to refresh your recollection.
Oh, that's bad. You're right. Sorry.
I mean, come on. This is like
you can go blind if you stare at this too long. Let's get
beyond hideous. Yeah,
I agree. But the complication Rolex. So everyone talks about what is the most complicated Rolex is. What is the most complicated Rolex?
Well, people say the Sky Dweller because it has the Saros calendar and the ring command bezel.
But how about this? They always forget. I believe this might be the most complicated Rolex.
Well, what they did with this reimagined Yachtmaster 2 is they introduced a new movement that has a new countdown chronograph caliber, and basically replacing the ring command bezel. So now the way you control the regatta timer is based on the pushers. Depending on the sequence and logic of the pushers that you depress, it determines whether or not you're starting, stopping, resetting the regatta timer.
Yeah.
So
regatta timer,
anyway.
I mean, it's not very useful complication, but it's interesting, at least to me, right? I mean, I'm not going to be using a regatta timer for what?
Neither am I. But the thing is, like, this is a totally a Rolex thing to do.
By the way, I found the command bezel to be, and again, I only spent a few hours. This was in Utah when I was at, forgot the name of that. It was actually in Park City when I was being instructed on how to use the Sky Dweller, the command bezel. And after 15 minutes, I had to get out of there. I just wasn't in the mindset to learn that. Anyhow, sorry, OC.
Anyhow, let's just get rid of the yachtmaster on the screen. Let's go back to why people are actually here, and
I'm calling that fake.
A good look. Okay, so all of you don't think any of those previous leaks are real. Got it.
Yep, I'm on record. All fake.
Let's see what the chat says here. Let's we got
like
Protect Chris in the chat. What's up, Protect Chris? Good to see you here. The chat is dead, so I mean, they're just listening to us ramble.
I killed it, but that's okay.
No. We actually gained 25% more viewers when you jumped on the panel.
Nice. Well, are they staying? Are they sticky viewers, or are they fly by night? Drive-bys.
If they're watch people, that's welcome to the program. If you're not I don't know why you'd be watching if you're not a fan of us or watches.
Come on, OC.
Yeah, this is breaking news.
Entertainment. Riveting entertainment. That's
right. We're extremely mediocre quality entertainment. Hey, it's 11 o'clock at night. What else do you guys have to do? Nothing. It's not like you have work the next day. Look, we got 16 people watching, which is a lot. 16 people. Breaking news at this hour. We have a leak. It looks like this is a pre-production version of the Rolex website, according to the URL. Could be mocked up. This is a steel GMT-Master 2 reimagined with a new reference number, 136710BLNR. It's the black and blue bezel, but now featuring a blue dial and the same blue chronograph, 24-hour GMT hand. Is it real or is it fake? We have a poll running right now, and it's getting closer. Some more and more people think that it's real, but it's basically 1/3 think it's real, 2/3 think that it is fake. Hey, I got Toyota Mo. What's up, Toyota Mo? Is in the chat.
Big Mo. What's up, Toyota?
I also revealed.
Look at this.
I also revealed breaking news, Captain. I have sold the only Omega in my collection, and I have sold the only Zenith in my collection. I'm now 80% Rolex, 15% Patek, and 5% AP in my collection. That's it. That's all. I literally only have 3 brands in my collection.
Congratulations! I am moving when the new piece arrives, if not before. I'm trying to move off Omega, so I will join you. Hopefully sooner rather than later. The Tokyo is going. Do you want to buy it? I doubt it.
If you want to buy it, are you on? We'll talk offline, but let's.
I don't want to buy your watch. I'm asking if you want to buy mine. Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you want to buy Captain's watch, reach out to me. I can put you in touch with Captain, and we will make that happen. By the way, I am encouraged, and this isn't shtick. I'm being 100% serious. 2026 is the year. I want every single person watching, and I mean everybody, unless you're Mr. Tudor to you and he has like vintage Tudors and vintage Tudor Submariner, all that stuff. Please, this is the year. Get rid of all Omegas, all Zeniths, and all Tudors. And I'm not kidding. This is not shtick. I'm literally telling every single person in the global watch community to liquidate all. First of all Tudors in your collection should be immediately thrown into the trash, donated to charity, given to your nephews, sold on a street corner, put them on eBay, whatever it takes. Get rid of all Tudors immediately. And then you can proceed next to Zenith. Zenith is a dead brand. One of my favorite brands, by the way. I love them, but they're gone. They're dead. Their history over the last 3 or 4 years, they've shown that they can't do what they need to do to survive. So sell those. And Omega, listen, great brand. If you have a Speedy, keep your one Speedy in the collection. Keep your one Seamaster. I couldn't do it. I couldn't have one Omega. My conscience said, get rid of it. It's just, it's a great watch, but I'd rather have the money. And I'm going to put that towards a Richard Mille Tourbillon. So I'm saving up.
That'll take a lot of Omegas for sure to get to that level.
I need to sell a lot of things in my.
Listen, you're not making any friends amongst the, the Speedy Tuesday crowd.
No, I'm not. But you're making moves. You're making moves in your collection too. But you're a lot more fluid. You're a lot more, less rigid in your way of thinking in terms of your collection strategy. But are you getting more rigid? Are you getting more disciplined?
I'm pretty rigid. Yeah. I mean, didn't break it down in percentages, but it's probably 70% Rolex. I would think I have to do the math on that. But I have a few one-offs that you would not buy, like the Hermes H08, for example. I have a tag, an old 36 millimeter.
Do you wear the tag?
Tag chronograph? No, that's I wear it. That's like if you go to a real geeked out watch event, I would probably pull it out, maybe put it in my pocket and show people. It's like a show and tell watch.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, look, I'm
worthless.
diverse. Look.
Right.
No, I think it's worth. I mean, I think I can get what I paid for it. I bought it off eBay. Got a new strap for it. It's a nice tag because it's like it's a re-edition. What is it?
It's worth more than $1,000.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
Yeah, I think so. I paid more than $1,000. I paid like $3,000 or $3,500. Not garbage.
Yeah.
No, it's good because it's old school tag. It says Hoyer on it. It's a really cool
I like that.
watch.
I like
if you go back into the archives, some of these can hold value, especially if there's like none of them left. But anyway. I agree with you on Omega, but I would get. What about a 321? That's the Omega.
Oh no! Fuck no! That's way too thick. Way too thick. I don't. Listen, I think
you're just not a space guy. You're not a moon mission
guys.
guy.
Who wants a watch that's the watch that's most closely associated to the Wizard?
The Speedy?
Yeah. I mean, that was the watch that he promised.
Oh, the 321. He promised it to like 8 or 9.
Or the Snoopy.
Right? The same watch. Right. Oh, yeah. I'll get you a Snoopy.
321 I'll get you a Snoopy.
No problem.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
you just gotta
why would you? It's the Wizard watch. You don't want that.
You can get a Snoopy. I almost felt that's like the banana in the tailpipe trick. He almost got me on that Snoopy 321 carat. But I think he avoided
fuck the 321. It's too thick. Listen, I know there are people who are Speedmaster collect. If you're a Speedmaster collector,
$39.5 mil.
Yeah, it doesn't apply to you. If you like Speedmasters and you have a whole bunch of speed, I get it. That's cool. You're a collector. But if you're like you want one Omega in your collection. 321. Yes, it's too big, too bulky. It's hideous.
Okay. All right. Come on. That's the one I think. That's the one I would get. Is the 321.
No, you have a Tokyo edition.
I do.
Speedmaster. It's a beautiful watch, but even then, I would still say, sell it.
Get it out.
Get rid of it.
Yeah.
Get it out.
You got to sell it.
We don't have time for this nonsense anymore.
I know. I don't wear it. You're right. We're running out of time. I agree with that.
Fuck all these brands.
They're like putting me in the grave already. So I got to make. I got to ratchet up. Speed this thing up a little bit in terms of collecting years. Every 7 years, it's got to be 1 year for every 7. I have to accelerate the timeline.
We need to accelerate the liquidation of these, specifically these 3 brands, but it's actually all the other brands too. I have a couple of moon swatches here that I bought.
Oh, I want to.
I got to get rid of them. I got to get rid of them.
Give them away. I was going to give them away to like random strangers. Like, do you like watches? Or whatever. If they say yes, give it to them, or ask them a question and just hand it to random people.
Are they worth anything anymore? I can't remember.
I have no idea. I mean, if you want to waste time and put it on eBay, time is money, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
But I think they're good gifts. Just there's so many holidays you can give them. Easter's coming up. Put it in an egg or something. Give it, roll it on the floor. Do an Easter egg roll with a little moon swatch in there. I have them coming out of every bag. Like you play tennis, I know that, right?
Yep.
So I play
Not
tennis
very well.
pickleball. I throw these watches in every your travel bags, your gym bags. You could change them up. That's what I use them for. It's like, oh, I want to wear the orange Jupiter or whatever. Or
Yeah, I wear a Rolex when I play tennis. I'm not gonna fucking wear.
You know what I've been wearing?
Watch.
I've been wearing the H08.
That's good.
I know
It's
it
cool.
could damage the movement, but yeah, I think you're right. You have to step it up. So it's like,
Do you wear Hermes tennis outfit when you're on the court?
Do they does Hermes make tennis outfits?
I want to see you in an fucking head to toe in fucking Hermes orange with that fucking watch.
Hermes orange. I need the orange strap though for that. I don't have the
you need strap. Yeah, you got to have the orange strap. That's the whole Hermes thing.
Well, I got the one that has the orange what is it? The second hand. I mean, I have to look at the watch, but it does have that touch of orange.
I want to see an Hermes fucking headband.
You would never buy that watch, right?
No.
In a million years.
But I'm going to let you enjoy it for another 6 months before you realize it was a mistake.
I don't know, man. It's been hanging on for a while. I do like it.
Toyota it's like, hey, I'm thinking of getting rid of my Snoopy. Listen, it's not just a shtick. This is a movement. For 2026, this is a movement, and we need to make sure that this happens for your own the health of your collection. Cameron is in the chat. Cameron Udes, welcome to the show. Welcome to the channel. Sold my Speedy last month. Thank you, guys. Let's get rid of all. Let's find some poor schmo and sell our Omegas, Tudors.
No one's gonna buy them if they start.
There's got to be some fools out there. There has to be some imbeciles out there that will
not if
buy
you keep
these
spreading this news of selling. So instead of Speedy Tuesday, you're going to call it like No Speedy Monday. What are the artifacts think of all this? This is,
I don't know, but I think the artifacts are actual collect. They actually like the history of like the Speedy on the moon and NASA.
Well, a lot of people do. It was a big deal. I mean,
Omega sells 600,000 watches a year. So that's over the last 10 years, 3 or 4 million watches or whatever. Like, I doubt if 100 or 200 people care about NASA, and the other 4 million people bought it because they were duped, because they were walking through the mall or whatever, and look, a constellation. Who gives a fuck? Like, guys, it's over for Omega. Omega's toast. Rolex is gonna fucking put the screws to these guys over the next decade. Omega is gonna be a shell of its former self. Get out now, or buy historic models. But don't buy current models.
Okay. Omega is not. You're not getting them as a sponsor anytime soon. It's fair to say, right? Okay.
I don't do any sponsorships. I don't take money from anybody. Yeah.
I know. Well, in a different alternative universe, if you were, but Omega would clearly be out. But so Tudor, that Pelagos, the GMT, that Zulu time, that I think it's titanium. You don't like that either. No Pelagos for you. Okay.
No Tudor. It would be a zero.
I know.
No. Come on, guy. Come on, Captain. Let's be real.
I know where you stand. You've been consistent though. That's been a long-standing position on Tudor.
And I've been proved. I have been proved right. I have been. I've been vindicated.
You were an influence to me, rightfully so, getting rid of my Tudor GMT. Again, gifting, the nephew thing, the man on the street. Yeah.
Listen, rich lawyers like you. You make a $3,000-$4,000 mistake. It's a write-off. You give it to the.
No, I can't afford those mistakes, man.
Listen, you made probably 10, 15 of those.
I just had a service of my German vehicle, and that was about the cost of a pre-owned Tudor. Expensive. A lot of money, OC. By the way,
I've seen Captain's car. It's a beautiful, beautiful car.
Let me ask you this: what about your car status? Is that?
I haven't. I ordered it in December. It's at the port, and it's getting some accessories installed on it. I'm getting it probably next week.
It's still under wraps, right? It's still.
I think, yeah, my inner circle knows what it is, but
no.
I'll ungarage it.
I looked at
on the
one, and
screen.
I think it's the same one. Not your car, but I love. By the way, I'm thinking hard about. Not new though.
I'll let you drive mine. You can,
Pre-owned.
yeah.
I just
Yeah.
drove one a couple of years old, 2024, and that's all I'm going to say about it. But phenomenal car. You must be excited. All right, so
I am.
Where are we?
No, we are. Listen, if you just joined us, we have over 20 people watching, which is a lot for this channel. 20 people is a lot. We have breaking news. We have a new Rolex 2026 leak. This was sent to me from the folks at Coronet Magazine. If you know Coronet Magazine, they do news about Rolex, and they and I, the editorial team of Coronet, and I have been collaborating on these leaks. We bounce the photos back and forth. We analyze them and determine if they're real or not, based on the thing that Vimal identified, which is basically the different bracelet code. That may point to the fact that this is not real. So Vimal cracked the code on that one. Now, does it look good? Do I wish it were real? I don't know. Blue dial on a steel GMT. Would they ever do it? Should they do it? These are all questions that are rhetorical. Patek Chris is in the chat. Let me see. Is this your collection here that you say is your 80% Patek, 20% Rolex? Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah.
Cool. Hidden Collector is in the chat. Hidden Collector, I've seen this name before. I've never seen him on my channel, but I've seen the name sounds familiar. I grabbed the reverse Panda. That's the Omega Speedmaster, the new one that just came out. That will be my one and only Omega. I'm not going to say it was a mistake, but
mistake that it says one and only, or mistake that it said Omega, period.
Yeah, mistake that he bought it.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
Listen, it happens. I remember I was with, who was it with? I can't remember. I think it was like James Hess. Remember when the white dial Speedmaster came out? James Hess was one of the first people to get it. We were in Geneva, and he got it like a couple of weeks before, and it was like one of the hits of Watches and Wonders 2023, I think it was, if I recall. But look, like now you look back, it's just a white dial Speedmaster. Nothing special about it.
No.
All these Speedmasters are just
hype died down quick. And by the way, anyone who is going to buy that watch should buy the one I have, because they get an actual Panda. Not mine. I'm not even shilling for my watch. I could care less.
I would if you guys want to buy Captain's Tokyo Edition Speedmaster, which is beautiful. It's a white dial with black subdials. Gorgeous watch.
I don't want to sell. I'm not here to hawk.
The Captain will autograph the box, so it'll be a personally signed.
That could hurt the value, actually.
No, it'll go up.
So I could do a little note for them. Not that they would want it. They could tear it up.
So we got SE from Germany. Z German Crew's in the chat. He's a member of the channel. Good morning, OC and Captain. Reach for the no. Don't reach for Omega.
What's up, SE?
What's up, SE? Bob NYC, rough show. I mean, do you mean that like terrible show, like low quality? I mean, because that is probably true. We're one of the worst YouTube channels in the world. And I have direct evidence of that.
True.
If you saw this, Nico Leonard.
Oh my God!
Video, yeah.
Who did the teeth on him? That was hit.
I think this is his actual thumbnail.
Oh, he did it. Okay, right.
Yeah,
I saw you. That's you, right?
That's like
definitely you. But yeah, it's.
Do you is it right to say that I'm one of the worst watch YouTubers? I don't think that's fair. I mean, he put me in. He lumped me in with Roman, TPG, and Archie Luxury.
Right. Well, at least there's some symmetry there, right? Because Archie and you are, watch enthusiasts. You're not dealers. And then you have the two dealers. You have TPG and Roman. Roman looks really serious and angry in that picture.
And like he says, oh, he really trashes Roman in this video.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
yes, he does. Yeah. What was his biggest thing? What was his biggest gripe? Was his biggest attack on Roman? I just watched it too.
Well, just recently, I think the big attack was that Roman was going after some dealers for doing things like sweepstakes and like the things
Right,
that
and he
CRM
did the
does.
exact same thing, right? Is
And
that
he,
what it was?
well, not only did he do it, he started that the strategic partnership with the gambling company, but now it's
Okay.
basically after 2 weeks has been a complete disaster.
Mm.
You know?
Yeah, I don't know.
So-
I don't follow it, but I did watch that video, and I got to say that Nico had some really cool watches. I know he had a platinum Lange. Was it a Lange 1 or no? It was the World Timer. He had a few nice watches that he was showing too in that same video, and then I guess he talked about his teeth.
He
His
got
veneers.
his teeth. He got his teeth done. Apparently,
I think he spoke about it.
Now everyone I've talked to says it doesn't look good. They don't.
Can
like
you
it.
do anything to alter that if you wanted to? I mean,
to make it better? Like you'd have to replace them. I mean, completely, right? I mean,
I guess I don't know. I've never had them. Maybe I should get them. I don't know.
my teeth look pretty good. My teeth
I've
are
done teeth whitening. I think that's important.
Yeah, my teeth are white.
Oh,
See?
your teeth! Holy shit! Those
Look
are
how
white. You
white
got
they
pearly whites. Yeah, that's white.
These are real though.
Yeah.
Um,
Nothing wrong with whitening your teeth. I mean,
yeah,
you know,
I do
coffee
because
stains.
otherwise my teeth would be brown. I mean, they'd be
Yeah,
like yellowish.
mine. Mhm. I need to get that whitening. I've done that before.
What was I about to say? And now Nico, by the way, in his video, I'm not going to play it because it's late, but he had actually admitted he did this thing. It was some kind of like thing called the vault, some kind of Are you familiar with this, Captain? He did for a while. He did like this thing called the vault competition, and like you would, I don't know if you bought tickets or whatever, but he admitted that that was a failure too. Like his attempt to get into this gamification of watch buying.
I did see that. Yeah, he would sell. It was like a raffle, right? You'd buy a ticket. I didn't do it ever, but I saw it and I was like, it might be worth a shot depending upon how many people enter. And if he's giving away, a Submariner or, I don't even know what I don't know what the watches were pretty good quality. I thought like they were worth 10,000 or more. I never did it. And I guess he's saying it was a failure. I guess they lost money on it. I don't know.
Yeah. Now Nico's claiming that he lost money on every one of those vault competitions or whatever it was.
Well,
so,
that's good for then your odds were probably pretty good because it was maybe less entrance and he didn't generate enough money to make it work.
Yeah. But this thing that Roman is doing it's just flat out gambling,
Well, and who knows what
mystery box you're buying mystery boxes.
Oh, that's right.
With NFTs of the watch, and then
there's all sorts of laws and regulations and gambling statutes out there that a lot of these folks on YouTube and elsewhere, they just they just violate them, indiscriminately. They have no idea that you're actually sweepstakes. I mean.
Guys, we can turn this into a true park bench stream. If people want to jump on, I usually don't do panels, not because people aren't invited, but because no one wants to ever be associated with me for legitimate reasons.
Should I not be here? And should we bury the stream?
I don't know. Guilt by association is real. So your appearance here will definitely have consequences.
What kind of consequences? What does that even mean? Oh my God. Holy shit.
By the way, I appreciate the fact that you dressed in your Halloween costume as the wizard today. You're wearing a white t-shirt. Like you rolled out of bed
with
a white t-shirt.
No, it's not white. See, now I got to dispel that. This is actually a beautiful.
It's actually a nice shirt. Okay, I'm
light
sorry.
Green. Well, I don't know if it's a nice shirt, but it's a Mountain Bow, t-shirt that you wear, under a sweater. It is not a t-shirt. It is not a white, V-neck t-shirt. This is an actual I don't know the exact color, but it's a very light greenish hue.
Beautiful.
It's
Gorgeous.
actually more summery, to be honest. So my lighting sucks.
We have
I'm not a
Rolex.
professional. I'm a hack.
Neither am I. Neither am I.
You
Rolex
are.
watch collectors in the chat. Yachtmaster is real. Remember the last Sky Dweller? In the 32 series, it had one Rolex coronet on the bottom, and the last one, the 33 with the new movement, had two Rolex coronets on it, like this one. And what he's basically saying is, if you look at, and of course, I was working with coronet on this story. If you look here, what's known as the double crown, Swiss made crown, is visible here on the what you think is a fake leak. This actually proves
this one here.
Yeah,
I don't even care if it's real or fake.
Okay, you don't care, but
you know, on this watch, I mean, it doesn't matter to me if they come out with this. It's I'm indifferent to this at all.
But Rolex has to do it. They have to do bad stuff like this because they have a commitment to sailing and a commitment to
which is
yachting.
Very cool.
And
I do like that.
They're
very cool.
They're
and if you're
rich fucks with boats. Yeah, they're rich fucks with boats.
Right.
And they have these races, and this is a watch that's designed for those people. Just like they had what's the Air King for? Just for Air King Ben. Nobody else has it.
Right.
They literally made a watch for Air King Ben, and that's it. So I mean, Rolex does crazy stuff like that.
Can you imagine they bring back the Milgauss? It's like, does anyone clamoring for that? I know but there are. You're right. They make it for one person. There's an engineer who wants the Milgauss, right?
Well, the thing is,
how many Gausses are going to have? If it's got like 10 million Gauss, then can they call it the Milgauss, or should they call it the
Deca Gauss?
Right, Deca, exactly. The Deca Milgauss.
But the thing is, like, the Milgauss was a dog when it was here. Nobody wanted it. What's going to make them want it now? Nothing.
Right, but they have it though. It's part of their history, and it serves a.
No, it doesn't.
Well, you just said it serves yachting and
yachting. I'm sure. And the Milgauss they would say the same thing. It's for scientists, who
engineers
are working with plutonium, and they don't want to, they don't want it to affect the accuracy of their watch. Attention, all nuclear scientists who are working with plutonium and other radioactive shit that may magnetize your fucking watch. We have a watch for you. And so, anyway,
I don't think that comes back there.
No, neither do I.
Yeah.
If you just joined us, breaking news at this hour: we have leaked images. They could be real, they could not be, of a 136710 BLNR stainless steel GMT-Master 2, new reference number, oyster bracelet. Here it is, featured with a black and blue bezel, the BNLR, and it's got a blue dial with a blue GMT-Master GMT hand. Is it real? Is it not? I'm not quite sure. We got Green Shroom. The cartel are desperate for some attention. Listen, I had the tap on the shoulder. Maybe I was part of the cartel the entire time. You don't know. According to some people, I am. So
desperate times call for desperate measures, man. If they want to generate buzz, create a war, do a raffle. You got to shake things up. I mean, what does that say?
Nico wants to expose me as an insufferable dickhead, I say, bring it on.
I thought he was kind to you in this one.
No, he's very nice. I sent him this image. He's like, for fuck's sake. Actually, what he did, he took a video of himself. And he goes, for fuck's sake, OC, you got too much time on your hands. And he sent it to me. I'm like, dude, it took 2 seconds to do this. Because this was an image that was in his video. I just took the image and I fucking plopped it on the thumbnail. I'm like,
I'll tell you, I don't know how he does it. He must have, well, I don't know if he has thick skin or not, but I mean,
I told him, I said,
a lot of haters, that are going to bash him on this. And I don't think I personally could handle it. I mean,
I said, he sent me a video. He's like, look, there's nothing. I said, a lot of people are like complaining about your teeth. I think they look fine. He's like, he sent me a video. Look, they look fine. I'm like, yeah. I said, but you should just lean into it, man. You should like go out of your way to make yourself look like a cartoon. So I'm like, so I said,
I don't know if his wife would be happy about that, but
no. So I did this thumbnail. I sent it back. I said, I guarantee you replace your thumbnail with this thumbnail, this will perform better. He's like,
tell him to get like the what is it, collagen shots, like get his lips fattened and stuff, and you know, maybe get some, get his facelift, get some nose, you know, restructuring.
He already looks. Remember when he used to be fat? I mean,
yeah. It's like,
he looks way better now.
You know, I think some people actually look better with more weight. Not to say Nico does, but there's some people who, you know, they take it to an extreme.
Okay, go through all of JJ's panel, and you tell me all of them that look better, that you would like to see them even fatter than they are now.
JJ.
The way I phrased that.
Wait, there's a knock on the door again. I don't know who that is, but oh shit, it's JJ. I gotta go.
OC, do you know that radiation?
I'm not touching that one.
Do you know that radiation and magnetic fields are two different things, right? Listen, the Milgauss is designed to protect the watch from UV rays. Okay, and so listen, they could add like some smoked glass, like smoked UV protection on the crystal.
Yeah,
and you don't need the. That's what the green thing around was like. Protect. It's like sunscreen, like SPF 50 for the movement. So, but do we really need that in today's environment?
Yeah. What did they call that? What's that glass called? That little green tint.
Yes, the green crystal, whatever they call it.
I know there's a name for that. Yeah. Oh, the Z blue.
I think it was Z blue if it was green.
I think that. I don't know.
I don't think it makes sense.
The dial, right? The it's like it's a green dial, right? It's like a bluish.
No. It was. I thought it was blue.
Let's pull up the Milgauss.
No, let's not. we would lose viewers.
Your show,
Mr. GMT is in the chat.
We would lose viewers. No, we wouldn't. We'd gain we keep the existing viewers and gain the Milgauss crew, like fanboys.
That's three people
in the world.
Literally 3 people. I'll pull up. Here's what I'll do.
Toyota Mo already registered interest for this watch, and it's not even released yet. That's how much he likes it.
Here's what I'll do to partially placate you. What I will.
You don't have I believe I'm not a Milgauss fan. I'm never buying it, and I could care less if they come out with it again.
Is it could care less or couldn't care less? Which one?
Could not. Well, Let's see. Let me think that through. I'll get back to you on the next show.
Let me show you this. 2026 Rolex predictions, monochrome, just to appease you partially.
Monochrome is good though. Monochrome.
They did good. They did good mock-ups. So let me show you this real quick. Boom.
See, the reason why that blue. Okay, here we go.
See, look now. That's a fucking good looking watch, right?
It is better. It's a much improved Milgauss. That's a Milgauss I can get behind. Also, the white dial. A white dial Milgauss would be really nice. Just don't come out with that green. And someone in the chat, please tell me what that glass or I'll Google it. What they call that glass again. Not a fan of this, though. Some people like purple, but I don't think it works. Green. This is like
Kermit the Frog green.
This is like an OP colorway thing. What are they going to do? 10 different colors. This is better though, I think, than all these are better and improved. But the case is completely different. This is not happening.
What's wrong with the case? This is the Air King case. You know, kind of.
Right, but would they ever? Why would they make a Milgauss in an Air King case?
I think it wasn't it originally in the Air King case, and then they added that slap away cage or whatever they did, hideaway cage, hat away cage. Well, it is.
No. That's the
They don't
Faraday. That's
know.
the Faraday cage.
Pretty sure it was that Hadaway cage.
Faraday. Can we bet on that? Don't look. Don't. Hands off the keyboard. I need to get one right, OC. You're killing me here. Faraday. It's the Faraday cage, named after a famous. All right, now here's where I'm going to go off the rails. I think it's a scientist or engineer by the name of Faraday. And I owned a Faraday, and I still own a Faraday electric bike. Believe it or not.
Is that true? That's true?
That is true.
We have, there's a poll running right now. Do you believe that the image that's on the screen right now, which is a leak, do you think this is real or fake? Vote in the poll. And if you want to jump on the panel, I will drop a link to join Captain and me on the panel. We'll talk about anything you want to talk about, including these leaks. Got Boris in the chat. What's up, Boris? He doesn't like this. The watch on the screen, I'm assuming you're referring to this, is meh. It's not meh, it's meh. It's kind of like a. Is that a mix between a cow and a sheep? Meh.
Meh.
The blue dial kills it. I'm gonna say this isn't. This kills it. You don't like this? This looks. I love navy blue. My favorite color.
The blue dial kills it. Yeah, he's not meaning killing it. He's meaning it kills the whole watch. Yeah. I mean, I think the reason it works is because the bezel is half blue. So in this particular watch, I think it works better than well, the Pepsi has a blue and red. For some reason, this seems in this still photo, this looks better than the Pepsi white gold with the blue. It's just the colors, blue on blue, and the black is subdued. And I think that's why this works better.
Yeah. Now let's refresh everyone's recollection what the green, the white gold green looks like. White gold. Here's the green, full green with the green bezel. Now this is white gold, so it has white gold hands. So it doesn't have a colored hand here. But the green on this one is a ceramic dial, so it matches the green exactly in the Cerachrome bezel. And
now,
we don't know. Yeah,
I've never seen this in the metal, and I'm sure you have. What do you think about the ceramic? I should ask my AD next time I go to if they have one in the back room or in display. What do you think of the ceramic dial? Like, I just think that I don't know. I mean, it has a lacquer to it. The thing is not flat and it's not brushed and not sunray. So that's one thing that makes it different. But I think the green is my favorite color. So I have to see this in different colors to know if I like ceramic. That's interesting because I'm not a huge fan of green, and yet I have the Hulk. Figure that one out.
Well, the Hulk is special.
How does that make any sense?
Hulk is special, really is. If they make this blue, it will be white gold. Well, Ryan, I hate to burst your bubble, but we have if this. I mean, we have to take this leak. What do they call it when you you file for summary judgment or whatever you do, and that the appeals court has to assume that the facts stated by the plaintiff or whatever are all true, and then they rule. You know what I'm talking about? Like when the Supreme Court ruled on the tariffs, they had to I forgot. They had to accept all of the plaintiff's arguments.
I do remember. How do you know that? That goes back. I learned that in law school, and then I don't know if I ever heard that again. Brody would know because he's, I think, a litigator.
I don't know what that term's used, but basically, if you assume that
I don't make creative arguments in court, OC. That's not who I am. That's not what I do.
Assuming this is true, the appeal, if we were an appeals court, you can see up at the top it says 136710BLNR. So that's the reference number for a steel model, and then if you go down to the bottom left, you can see where it says 11,800 Oyster steel. So if they did this, and let me take this off the screen so you can actually see it. See the bottom left has the price, it has oyster steel there. So it's not white gold. If you accept that this is real, this is steel, baby.
All steel.
It's all steel. And I like, listen, every year we say something like, why don't they come up with a different color dial for the Submariner? Why is it always black? And then, same can be said for the GMT. Like, why don't they bring back the Hulk?
You know what? Oh, I think they could bring back the Hulk.
You may not want them to because the Hulk.
Well, you know what they could do, and they could do with this mock-up here. What if this blue was actually ceramic, and what if they come out with a Hulk with a ceramic green dial?
They can do it.
They could do it, right?
They can do it. Maybe ceramic is better for them. Maybe they found a way to perfect ceramic dials so it looks better. Maybe it's harder. Maybe it's scratch resistant. If someone pointed that out, maybe it's
scratches it. Well, it's under a crystal. It's hard to scratch a dial under a crystal.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe it just looks better. Maybe they perfected the way you don't get dust on it or whatever when they assemble it. And maybe they found a way to do some like theft thwarting by putting some etching or some kind of hidden fucking RFID tracking codes, fucking Apple tags in there.
Yep.
Hidden Apple tags. Hidden
maybe they'll put a tracker in the watch.
They should. They should do anything.
It'll count steps.
It's let's take on the Fitbit.
Oh, see, here's the thing. I think, don't you think a lot of these watch brands, you mentioned Zenith earlier, that a lot of brands need to go bankrupt? They just need to vanish, right, and go out of business.
Dude, they're going to
clear the way.
Well, it's going to happen because
just get
there
out
are
of the way.
Hundreds of these 450 watch brands. Easily 350 of them,
right,
should be gone.
Because, and I didn't, I know you did the whole thing, on the Morgan Stanley report, the extensive analysis. Excellent job. But the trend over time, putting aside the COVID spike, is a decrease, right, in overall production of watches. And
massive decrease.
Massive. So that trend is going to continue as smart devices and tracking devices and anyone under 30 is, are buying less watches. Now, of course, you have the whole
fewer watches.
Fewer. What did I say? Less?
You said less.
So
I wouldn't correct you unless if you weren't an Ivy League educated lawyer.
Knew what I meant. So the trend is clearly down, and that trend.
In fact, just add a data point to that. Of the top 50 brands 2 years ago, their production accounted for about 15.8 million, I believe, watches. Okay, something around that. Right. Now the top 50 brands now accounted for about 12.3 million units of watches. So like even among the top 50, which are the biggest producing, most profitable, biggest revenue brands, their production's down 2 million units. Imagine what it's like for the other 400 brands. It's over. It's fucking over, Captain.
It's over.
It's fucking over. These guys are
it's over for some people, but there's a lot of Rolex is strong and resale seems to be doing well. Gray market prices are holding firm and going up for certain models of Rolex and certain Pateks. Other Pateks are on sale. You can get great, value there.
Yet every once in a while, a watch comes along and you see it for the first time, and even though it's a brand that you should not buy, and you've never, and it's the watch is ridiculously expensive, you look at it and go, you know what, that's a pretty damn good looking watch. And here's an example, in my opinion. Okay, like most of you guys in the chat,
not your opinion, it's fact. OC.
No, it's an opinion. It's like here's
a fact. Let's go.
This is a guy named Dominic Renault. And he introduced this watch a few days ago, and apparently this guy's like Like he's part of Renault and what's the group that
Renault
does
and Ipapi, Renault Ipapi.
yeah, Renault and Poppy, exactly. Renault and
I think
Poppy
they're owned
Steak.
by AP, aren't they? Renault.
Well, they made movements for AP, and so there was a partnership with. So it's like this guy has like it's not provenance, but there's like whatever. He's like legitimacy in the industry, and now he's created his own watch. And like this is not a bad looking watch. Let me see if I can just make it
No,
a lid.
it's a good looking watch. I'm thinking Grubel Force comes to mind right off the jump. Just looking at this,
Yeah.
Arnold and Son. It kind of, I don't know if it borrows from those, but it has similar aesthetic qualities.
Yeah. Now there's
Moser, not Moser. I'm sorry, MB&F.
No, it's okay.
Who's that new? Not Purnell, because we know what that was. That was a
not Purnell.
complete
You're thinking of
disaster.
Vanguard.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm thinking of. Thank you, Vanguard.
Yep. But
I like it.
It's a cool looking watch. Let me show you a video here.
It is. How much?
Well, the thing is, it's not as much as you may think. It's 70,000, I think. Look at this. Look at the look at the movement. Look how that cool kind of bridge. And then it's got this extra large. Look how it rotates back and forth like that. What is that? That's not the mainspring. What is that? The balance spring or whatever?
The balance wheel.
Balance wheel, sorry. Yeah. But it's an extra big balance wheel. But this is a 4-day power reserve. It's a 1 hertz movement. So it's super slow. So every once in a while a watch comes
super
along.
Slow. Yeah, I don't know if that's, generally it's not going to be as smooth, right? I mean, Rolex came out with that Dynapulse escapement, which has what is it, 4 hertz? Is that what it is?
That's 5 hertz. Yeah.
5 hertz. There you go.
5 hertz means it clicks 10 times per second. So 1 hertz means it clicks what? 2 times a second? Something like that? I don't know.
This looks like it's titanium.
Yeah, it is.
Titanium.
Yep. Cool. Anyway.
I like it. What's the cost?
It is,
That's all that really matters at the end of the day.
I like the way they integrated the bracelet into the case. It's kind of cool.
This looks super comfortable too. The ergonomics on it. One thing I'll say about, Grubel Force, and I've never had a who's that other Romain Gaultier. Yeah. Those are super comfortable. The ergonomics on those are incredible. This is kind of a
it's 49,000 Swiss francs. 49,000
Swiss franc. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, not francs, francs.
Yeah, franc. See, I corrected him, Ryan. I got him back.
Look at that. Looks good, right? This is the second sub dial.
Looks amazing.
And
it's cool.
Here's the side of the case.
Let's get Thomas Burnett. Let's get Thomas Burnett's opinion on this. Dominique.
I don't like the observatory hands like that.
Oh, I hate that. Oh, yeah. I would never buy yeah, I agree. I'm with you on that. Not an observatory. That's why, you know what? I can't get a world timer because they have the, that giant, I don't know if it's most of them or a lot of them have that big observatory hour hand.
Yep.
Pisses me off. I could never stare at that.
Never,
ever. You're not buying that, OC. That's $49,000.
No, I'm not buying it.
Flamed and torched into, I mean, I'm sure there's value. There's, some value there, but it's just, they're very risky. I mean, I wonder what's happening with Grubel Force now that, who is it? Stephen Force left the company.
Right.
Or was terminated. Sounds like he was terminated.
I don't know. I mean,
do I care? Yeah, not real. I mean, you know what? I'd love to have one of those watches. So I care if they went down by if they dropped 50% for some reason, or the brand, just.
But aren't those $250,000 watches.
Well, no, I think on the lower end, if you get the not the lower end. By lower end, it's
The LM101 is that the
100,000.
yeah.
No, that's the MB&F. It's like the
Oh, MB&F.
Balenciaga or the Balenciaga S. So they have a basic model.
All these brands meld together, as far as I'm concerned.
Let's just say, okay, let's say you can get a Grubel Forsey for $50,000. This is totally hypothetical, and it's definitely not the case right now, even though I don't follow that market. It's still a super expensive piece. But if the piece went from 150 to 50, does it start getting interesting? And you're going to tell me no, Cap, you got to get a Patek, an AP, or an Rolex.
Yeah.
Period.
I mean, let me ask.
And you may be, and you're probably right.
Yeah. You can get Frank Mueller for 50% off. Does that make it better now?
No.
Exactly.
No, not at all.
That's that.
I rest my case, but I would say that Grubel Forsey, the watch itself and the finishing is a different level than Frank Mueller ever was. And not to discredit Frank Mueller, but I think they're better watches.
You have a particular Grubel Forsey that you want to put a link in the private chat or pull it up.
I got to look for links now?
Well, yeah, I'm putting you to work. Yeah, if you're going to say you pick the watch that if it dropped 50% in value, you would definitely buy it.
Oh, definitely. I didn't say definitely into anything. Very non-committal, OC.
Okay, just one do you like then?
Okay, I will. I'm looking. Don't worry.
You just joined us. This is the original OC channel, Smartwatch Talk for the Smart Collector. We have breaking news at this hour. That's why we're doing an emergency late night stream. We have new 2026 Rolex leaks. We don't know if these are real or not. Probably not. But this is a blue dial steel. What they're calling this the Dark Knight, black and blue bezel with the blue dial, blue GMT hand. It's stainless steel. It's the 136, new reference number 136710 BLNR. And this is true. Yep.
Go ahead. You could. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
You can finish. Would you play a portion of a 1916 company watch review?
Yes,
okay.
I would.
Okay.
No problem.
Right, let me just tee it up.
Of course.
Let me tee it up.
The blue is awful at this time, says Ryan Hofer. What the fuck, Rolex? My opinion. Cull the gene pool of bad watches. He's getting pedantic on you, Captain.
Yeah,
I'm always. Listen, I can be pedantic, but one thing no one's ever accused me of is being anti-pedantic.
You have to be on your toes at all times. Okay.
Hey, we got ZD in the chat joining us from Los Angeles. Love it. He's a member, by the way. Love it. Can't wait to see these criminal gray market guys offer this for $28,000 after I've been told by my Rolex AD that I should buy something in gold to help the relationships. You're not showing anything personal on the screen, right?
Let me check.
You're not logged into like Chrono with your collection or anything?
No. But
Okay.
now you're making me double and triple check here. You know what I'll do? I'll open full screen. So no, there's nothing on. Okay. There's nothing on here. Thanks for the heads up. Okay. Okay. So this is the one. What do they call this bezel again? The shape of the convex or whatever. Yeah. So this is the Grubel Forsey double Balenciaga convex and blah 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 P01236.
And what is it that you love about this?
It's got the double balance wheel.
What's that? What's that mean?
It's got two balance wheels.
Where is it? Where do you see that? Where do you see
the bottom right and the upper, the kind of the left by the 8 o'clock. So you see the one between the 4 and the 5 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
There's one, and then you got to go to the other side. They have one with just a single, and it helps in in terms of accuracy of the watch. And
bullshit.
You have two different balance wheels. I think they kind of fight it out with each other, but I'm not I'm not that technical. The other thing is the case is ergonomical. You see that? You see the convex bezel, incredible. The unique. There's everything about this watch is so unique that it just speaks to me.
Okay.
And I've had it on my wrist several times. Like every time Watch Time New York, I always go to Grubel Force and trying their watches, and it's the most uncomfortable watch. Now, I think I've only had an RM on, and I think you were there. I think it was at one of the events after Watch Time.
Mhm.
One of our crew had an RM. Super comfortable. I would put this up, right up there with those. It's just hugs the curvature on the underside of the case. Just hugs your wrist, but Tim Masso, don't take my word for it. The maestro, like Tim Masso, can tell you everything you need to know about this watch.
Okay. Yeah, I will definitely watch this video.
But I was going to play some of it.
Oh yeah, play some of that. The thing kind of looks like a little coin medallion up at the top left. That thing, with those concentric rings. It's just basically the name of the watch. Is that what it says in there?
Yep. Yeah, it says. I don't even know if I could read that. Oh yeah, double Balenciaga. So
officially certified superlative chronometer.
300 meters.
Cosmograph, 300 meters, 1,550 feet.
Yes.
0.7.
See, it's got the name Grubel Force. So now I wonder if you white out Force now that he's gone. Maybe you have to send the dial back, or they just call it Grubel.
Maybe.
I just love it.
No, I don't love it. I don't love it.
You don't. Okay.
What's the? It's
avant-garde. You have to.
You're seeing all the way through to the back plate. Is that what you're seeing? Like, what's that gray thing in the background? All underneath everything. What is that? Just like gray. What is it?
Well, it's
underneath
the back plate, so it's
underneath everything.
I guess you don't call it. It's not skeletonized, or even I don't know what you call this, because it's not. It's kind of like open worked. But you can't see through the back. So I would call this
open worked.
Yeah.
It's half open worked.
I love it. I mean, you see all the intricacies of the movement.
So new this is
look at the curvature,
over 100,000.
Look at the curvature of the minute hand and the hour hand. You see how they're curved?
Yeah, I don't like that.
See that?
How it curves down like that?
Yeah. So you think this is a mess?
Visually, it's a fucking nightmare. Yeah.
Right. See,
yeah, but this is a $100,000 watch.
This is probably way over that, because this is a more complicated watch. This is a double Balenciaga. They have one that just has the single balance wheel. So now you got two for the price of one. This is like a high-end complication.
Listen, nothing irks me more like.
Finished.
Listen, Captain. You see people, these guys walking down the street, and they got their Balenciaga, emblazoned across their. I don't want to see I don't want to see double Balenciaga.
Right. It's too much.
That's like it's gaudy enough having Balenciaga one time across. You're gonna see two. What do I need double Balenciaga? I don't want to see that.
Andy Lewis can play tennis in it. Probably not. I would not play tennis in this. But however, you can play tennis in a Debunking, because who did they sponsor? Who's that American?
Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul.
Jessica Peluga.
Oh, Peluga too is Debunking?
Yeah.
That's another brand I like.
Debunking. Someone who does not have a Debunking, would never be caught dead in a Debunking, is TGO1, $100 super chat. Cool discussion, OC and Captain. Thank you very much. Nothing wrong with steel as it relates to house frames or watches, right? I favor Rolex and Cartier as a simplistic lover of watches. Again, thank you. Yes. In other words, he's saying this looks like a visual nightmare. Mm-hmm. Why can't you like something?
Well, I love Rolex. I don't have a Cartier, but I certainly love Cartier. There's nothing wrong with that. You could be very happy with either of those or both of those, right? In fact, you're better off. Rolex and Cartier. Stick to Rolex and Cartier, and forget you ever heard of watches.
I was on a call about 2 hours ago with Colony crew, and someone brought up Cartier, and we thought to ourselves, which one of us owns Cartier? And
he's not part of that group, but.
Well, we went through a whole bunch of, Nate, that's it. Like, we literally couldn't think of anybody. I mean, like one or two people once in a while. So it's like,
well,
who
Diego
buys?
owns Cartier.
Yep.
He's got a
Well, he has
Cartier.
he has a Monopoussoir.
Monopoussoir, the Tortue.
It's a very special one. But who's like buying a Santos now? If you like the Santos, wouldn't you have bought it like 4 years ago when it was hot?
I would think, but look at their numbers. I mean, they're solidifying number two, right? I mean, because they get the ladies' watches, though. Those brands, if you just look at I guess the top three now, because there's OP. Did AP crack the top three? Who's number three? I think it's AP.
AP
and Omega. They leapfrogged Omega, didn't they?
I think Patek and AP are fighting neck and neck for that number 3 slot. Let me double check here.
Okay. My point is that the Rolex sells, and Rolex, OC, you'll probably know specifically, but I think roughly 50% of their watches to women.
Yes.
Are women. And same thing with Cartier. High percentage of watches, the Ballon Bleu, the Crash. Well, the Crash is actually probably maybe a men's. They got a bunch of different ladies' watches. The Tank, the what's that other one? I'm missing the one that's very popular to Cartier.
Here is I'll blow this up a little bit here so you guys can see it.
The Panther. The Panther.
Panther, yeah.
Panther. That's a beautiful watch, the Panther.
So yeah, AP is now number 3.
Where number 3? Where number 3? What's AP doing? Iliad Esta. Women.
They're going after the
binders
women.
As Mitt Romney famously said, binders filled with women, right? He's got binders filled with women. That's the AP strategy.
You and I are the only people who remember that.
Okay, well, we're special. AP, they're making inroads. So anyhow, oh, you took down my Grubel? Let's give, can we watch a couple of seconds of this?
Of course. Let me take thank you, TGO1.
TGO1, that's very generous. Thank you for the kind words. I'm going to mute myself, right, when I play these?
No, you don't have to mute.
Okay. For some reason, people on other chats, they're like, oh, you got to mute. And I'm always like, why? What difference does that make? Okay.
I'm going to shout over it.
Okay, good. And you could tell me when to shut this stupid thing off.
Yeah, I'll just yell pause.
Thanks for logging on. If you love this watch, email me, tmosso@the1916company.com for purchase pricing and availability questions concerning this watch.
Look at that coverage.
Today, we discuss a Grade 5 titanium.
It is thick.
Piece limited edition launched in 2020.
This does not fit under a dress cuff.
It is the Double Balancier Convex. 100 meters water resistant. This is a true sports watch with differentially coupled angled balance wheels. So part of the Convex series, it's a sports watch. I should be clear, 88 pieces is a lot for group.
Oh, it's ugly.
Which these days is aiming to do no more than about 150 pieces a year. So
come on.
You don't get much with the movement. True.
That's ugly.
There's nothing to it.
That ruins it. I mean, pretty much. How many jewels does this have?
I don't know. Who knows? The chaton. What do they call it? The purple chaton?
Hey, how many fucking purple chaton?
I don't know. You're right. You can't see. There's really no hand finishing on the back, right? It's
nothing.
It's the business end is on.
But this is what I saw from the front. When I said like, what's that gray shit?
That's it.
This back plate.
You got it. You nailed it. Yeah.
So it's open worked and it's good, but like what was at the back was like kind of like, it's kind of matte. It's not like even beat blasted or anything.
Who looks at the back of their watch? You know what I mean? You're gonna stare at it all day. Who cares?
Well, in this case, when you look through the front, you're actually looking at the back from the front.
Right. Well, how about this? There's some Langes, like what? The Lange 1? There's nothing special in the back. They cover it with.
Are you kidding me?
No,
like a lot of the Langes, like they're like 370.
No, some of them, but not like the Lange 1 and not like the Saxonia. Like they're covered like 90%. I used to talk about JQH used to agree with it. Like, I said, I wish we saw more of the movement. I'm talking about, not the 1815 chrono or the datagraphs, I'm just talking about the more plain, the other Langes, like Lange 1. Lange 1 might show I think it's 3/4 covered. Point being, this is all about the front. Can we watch more?
Yeah. Continue.
We don't have to watch
Yeah.
it. You tell me when to kill it.
Oh, that would have
No,
been more than
watch
half
the whole
their
thing, I
annual
don't care.
production. This
Wow.
set
Thank you,
was
man.
built out
Okay.
over a series of model years. Now, the watch
Is volume
is
good?
unconventional in the way it's
Perfect.
sized and the way it's fit. So I'm not actually going to take any of the factory measurements for once. I'm just going to use only my own measurements here. I usually take diameter at face value and then measure thickness, lug to lug, and the rest. But let me tell you how I measured this watch.
Who cares?
Bezel to bezel, if you will. I got 44.5 across the wrist. So even if your wrist is only about 14 centimeters circumference, mine's 16 again.
Very
You can
sporty
wear this
watch,
just
OC.
fine. Strap's a lovely piece, a combination of textile and then a synthetic suede like Alcantara on the bottom. Grubel 4C has been eliminating animal products in its strap portfolio, and so this is designed to be more resistant to moisture, heat, wrist oils, grit, easier to clean, longer lasting, and of course you get feel-good factor with the lack of any animal sacrifice. This model was originally announced in 2022, so if it looks familiar and you're saying what,
Pause. So like how
pretend
much
it's
is this
announced
how
in
much does this sell
2022.
for in secondary? Does it sell for a lot less than new today, or what's the deal?
That's the funny thing is, I need someone like George Voorhees to let me know, because I have no, or Cars and Chrono, because I'm not buying this, so I don't really look at
Well,
this market
Cars wouldn't buy it, would never buy this watch. So he would never buy Grubel 4C ever again.
ever again. But
No.
But yeah, fool me once, I guess. Fool me twice. Shame on me. But yeah, I know about that. But
Varghese may buy it.
what I want.
Varghese may buy the same, but he'd buy this watch over and over again if it's cheap enough.
If it's cheap enough, I don't think. Everyone has a price. So see, I'm saying if this watch dropped from 150,000 to 50, it would become very compelling for me.
No, it wouldn't, because that would be the sign of the dying, declining brand. And you don't want Captain, you don't want to be associated with a brand on the decline.
In other words, don't catch a falling knife.
Yeah, I mean,
to use
exactly. We've got PG in the chat. We've got Andy Lewis joining us from the Lone Star State. What's up, guys?
I think we're good with this.
I think we're good. Yeah, kill this. I mean, people came here to see Rolex.
They did. Well, we give them, a little razzle dazzle.
If you just joined us, we are showing what could be real, but is most likely not. But you know what? Who cares if it is or not? Mm-hmm. It's a blue dial BLNR 136710 BLNR. This is
if it's not real. See, you could just call John Buckley and get a blue dial. Swap it out.
Hey, swap it out for an aftermarket dial. Is this?
No, I wouldn't do that.
What are you going to trusted secondary reseller sources these days, or are you kind of like what's your tolerance level for? I mean, I know Berdine's you've gone to before. You trust the people at Berdine's. What are some of the other places? I mean, don't give away the watch. Don't give away where you're buying the watch that you're getting.
Okay. So I'm trying to think
you trust these guys?
I did Moda. I go to, it's funny. If I go to Gray, it's interesting. I still go on Moda. Like I bought from the last two watches I bought were Moda. Well, other than Rolex AD, of course, that's separate. I've bought from Moda.
And you didn't have any concerns about the authenticity?
I mean, I always have concerns about authenticity.
No, I'm not talking about your personal life. I'm talking about the watches.
No. That is part of my personal life. But I lose sleep on this every single day. I had questions, but some of these guys on Moda, like they're vetted by other Moda dealers. And one person is specific. I do a little bit of diligence. I look at what, their history, what they've sold. what if they're a group expert or not. Like if they're higher up in the food chain there, it gives me some comfort. And then it's the watch itself. Like they're supposed to run, serial checks, but I've just done that, and knock on wood.
You pay on Moto. You pay for the serial checks, right? On Moto, you pay for the serial checks.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, are there any 100% guarantees unless you're buying Rolex pre-owned? No, I don't think so. Or Rolex certifies it. I don't think there's any 100% guarantee in the gray. I really.
What do you think? What do you think's a bigger risk? Something, parts not being authentic, or the watch being stolen?
It's Moda. I don't think they're stolen watches. Yeah, I think it's parts.
Yeah, it's parts. The thing is,
and if you buy, I bought a pretty recent vintage, not vintage, a 2 or 3 year old Cookie Monster. It's bulletproof. Who's servicing that? I mean, you feel the heft, it's white gold. I take it to Rolex, you can get it authenticated, in 5 minutes, if you know the guy. It's just saying, hey, can you have the guy open it up? Blah, blah, blah. Now the neo vintage Coke, that guy I spoke to for an hour and a half, and he just deals with neo vintage Cokes and like subs. That's all he does. Now, will you get a period correct, a bezel that is, what's the term? Period correct. It's actually, it may not be from the original watch, but it's like a replacement bezel is what I'm trying to say. Is that possible? Yeah, I guess so. But sometimes you got to trust the dealer, and get a comfort level. But with him, I got very comfortable, and he gave me some great advice. He said, "You want a Jubilee bracelet for the Coke? Call up your AD, ask them to get you basically a new old stock bracelet, which they have, for that piece." And he was right. He goes, "The bracelet's going to be worth $2,000, and the Rolex will sell it to you for $1,200." So that's what I did.
Yep.
Yeah, but it's tough. I don't think there's an easy answer. The only answer is, if you want a guarantee of authenticity, buy Rolex pre-owned, CPO.
Which is why they need more anti-theft, more importantly, anti-counterfeiting technology embedded into these bezels, dials, cases, and everything else. We got Doc Mick in Florida in the chat. What's up, Doc Mick? Got Burbing Hard. He thinks this isn't real. He doesn't think it's real. Join the panel, Burbing Hard. There's a link. I'll drop the link again. I'm dropping it occasionally.
Yeah, Burb, you have a couple of hours on me, and holy moly, I'm gonna have to tap out soon, very soon.
Yeah, we need to tap someone in. AD Never Calling is in the chat. $10 super chat. Great to see Oak, C, and Captain delivering excellent watch content and professional commentary. Thanks, guys. Well, we aim to please.
OC's the pro. I'm just a hack.
I just, as long as it's entertaining. Professional.
That's all I care about.
I've never. Yeah.
You're a professional.
Is all we care about. Hell no. We fire up the stream and we see where it goes. Yeah, if someone wants to jump on, there's a link dropped in the chat. We have a poll going right now. Do you believe these are real or fake? Drop your be sure to vote in the poll. It's getting closer and closer.
Yeah. Where are we, OC? I thought it was
right now,
pretty big spread before.
Pretty big spread before, but now with 119 votes. Be sure to vote in the poll, guys.
A lot of votes.
With 119 votes, 37% real, 63% fake. Now this was like 25.
Closing.
It was like 25-75 at the beginning. Yeah,
I got to tell you, how many? Wait. What's the number on the real?
37%.
37%.
That's a lot of people.
That's within the polling margin of error.
Very close. I mean, basically, we're dealing with hanging stats here, Captain. We're gonna have to do a recount. Look at the chats.
How does Broward County coming in at?
I don't know. Miami-Dade's going to be a key factor.
I gotta say 37. Okay, that's closer than I thought, man. I don't know, man. I'm thinking now. I'm almost shifting. I'm thinking that could be real, and
It could
contrary to what I said an hour and a half ago, that it's 100% Fugazi. I'm gonna say there is a 1 to 10% chance that could be a ceramic dial. How about that?
In a steel GMT-Master too.
Yes. Why
That
not?
would be
Why
awesome
not?
if they.
Why
See,
does
the thing
ceramic
is,
have to be in a gold?
Why not?
Case?
Why not? Like
Right?
we put
Why
these
not?
constructs on ourselves.
It's
You
a
know
limiting
that?
belief, OC, and we don't believe in limiting beliefs.
I saw a video with Adrian Barker, and Adrian Barker goes, he did this in 2 videos. He goes, it's going to be a big year for Tudor this year because it's not going to be a big year for Rolex, and they alternate years. One year it's big for Tudor, and one big is big for. I did a reaction. I'm like, what the fuck's he talking about? There's no master guy sitting on top of the fucking Wilsdorf Foundation going, well, I know Rolex would like to have a big year this year, but nope, it's not your year this year. We have to give it to Tudor because you alternate.
Sit down, son. Take a Rolex takes a back seat to nobody, but Tudor. So here's the thing about Tudor I just learned, and you probably know this already. So it's the 100th year of the
100th anniversary of the brand. Yeah.
Well, of the registration of the Tudor name, I believe. But they didn't actually start producing watches until like 30 years later. So the whole 100-year anniversary is kind of suspect.
Yeah. See you in 30 years.
Right. It's but they can trace it back to the registered trademark. And I guess the same thing with the 1908, right? Was that when they registered in Switzerland, I believe, the name of Rolex, or started producing something like that. It is late.
So
for
you
me,
think?
Ryan. I know.
So in other words, you think it's going to be a big year because it's the 100th anniversary, or you think that's just not a big
No,
deal?
I think it will be because they're actually on board with this. So Tudor is on board. It's the 100th year. I think Berdines and Marco did something about what he thinks Tudor's going to do. I don't know. So these things all meld together, and it's, I guess it's fun and it's nice and whatever. But I'm not going to believe what Adrian says. I have no idea. Like, I don't know.
I don't. Big. What's a big year for Tudor? Coming out with another color dial.
Let me right. I mean,
Black
you don't
Bay?
even carry the whatever they come. They can come out with, well, the Tudor sub, right? The mill sub. That's what everyone says. Oh, they'll never come out with the sub that looks like a Rolex. They'll never do it. If they did that, that would be insane. But they won't. So you'll see more Pelagos watches. You'll see more Black Bays and different colors, and no one will care about anything else. I'm wondering if the Land Dweller, people are clamoring for them to change the dial, right? Change the dial.
Yeah.
We don't want honeycomb.
I'm in that camp. I think they should do something with the numerals. Get rid of the numerals and replace it with batons, as ID guy would say, batons, or whatever he said. And I think when you do that, it's a way of, you're not really admitting defeat. You're basically saying, like, whoever bought the first year got a collectible one because it's different going forward. So it's like,
I don't see that
when
happening.
you introduce an ugly car and people are like, hey, we're not buying this shit. What do? Fucking mid-cycle refresh. You fucking you say, like, guys, fix it and fix it quick. So Rolex is
the code took a while for them to, and I still don't, like most of the codes, but
at least it looks
I don't think it was
now.
a failure though. Rolex, I mean, the Land Dweller is not a failure by any stretch. I mean, it's a successful model lineup, even if there is a fair amount or faction of folks that do not like the honeycomb. They're still buying the watch. Like, it's actually a nice watch. It's just can be, slightly improved. I don't see them doing it, but we'll see. Just because I don't think Rolex, would they say, "Yep, we goofed it up and we're getting rid of the honeycomb right away"? I don't think so. Or, "Yep, the Arabics were a mistake." Oops.
I think they should.
They might, but it could take longer than people want, maybe, in my opinion. But we'll see.
Tudor should just put out and do the Tudor sub. That's what this watch is. I think I have on the screen. This is like the old classic.
Yes, this looks too much like a Rolex, and that's true. They won't do this.
Now they call this. So this has the old Tudor, the Tudor Rose, which is like a special logo that they used to have.
Mhm.
The Tudor written in that special old script that reminds me. When I see that script, it reminds me of the Trans Am. You remember the Pontiac
Trans with the
Am?
big like eagle on the hood.
Yeah. So they had some
eagle?
versions of the Trans
Not an
Am that
eagle?
had that,
Not an eagle.
that script. Chicken.
Oh.
Chicken. Screaming
That was
chicken.
a chicken.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then this also has what?
Sorry.
Yeah. This also has what they call the smiley dial,
Yep.
which is the
Yep.
self-winding is
Self-winding.
curved.
Mhm.
Yeah. Kinda
What do you
looks
think
like
it
a
is?
smile.
So okay, so, see. Here's the $1 million question: Would you buy this watch?
No.
At any price?
At any price.
Come
This-
on, this watch is probably a $50,000 to $100,000 watch, I think, or 30, at least 30 to 40,000. These watches.
Oh, you're asking now, would you buy $100,000 bar of gold for $20,000?
Right. Yes.
Yeah. I would, as for that reason alone.
Do you like this
Yeah,
watch?
but-
I mean, the movement here is probably, it was lesser of a movement than the Rolex movement at the time. So I don't know what
if
that
you're
really is.
if you're a collector of vintage watches and you have
Mhm.
probably hundreds of watches in your collection, I can see why you might have something like this.
Yeah.
But if you have 7 watches,
Mhm.
I can't imagine that this would make the cut and be one of them.
Mhm.
Right?
I think it would fit in a nice collection of, vintage, neo-vintage subs, to your point. You have 5 or 6 Rolex subs and mill subs and this one and that one, the no dates.
Sure.
and
The problem with vintage
Yeah,
is the biggest challenge with vintage right now is Brody's CPW metric, cost per wear.
I was going to mention
Because
that. Yeah, I can't.
vintage is great when you go to those 4 fucking watch events like per year.
Mm-hmm. You're not
But
getting
that's
cost
it.
per wear, but the counterpoint to that is appreciation, value appreciation of vintage watches over time.
Speaking of value appreciation,
You don't have to wear it at all. It sits in a box, right? OC, and then it goes up. You know what I mean? When the market, let's just say, stock markets are volatile, right? They crash 40%. And I don't want to predict anything bad over in the future because that's bad for everybody. But
we don't give financial advice, so don't listen. If Captain, who just predicted a 40% correction in the market,
I did not really.
So you just said,
I said markets go up and down. It could go up 40%. We just don't know. You know what I'm saying? And this is not about stocks, but I'm just saying values go up, values down. By the way, OC, there has been some stocks that have gone down 20, 30, 40% in the last month. Trust me. And that's going to affect a lot of these markets, I think. Same thing with crypto. There's crypto. I learned from Aussie Expat, there's crypto and then Bitcoin, right?
That's right.
They're
Those are two totally different things.
Who knew?
Different.
I'm a neophyte. I've owned crypto for 7 years. I never knew that, but now I know.
He taught me what
Bitcoin and everything else.
Right.
But anyway, point is, OC, that the Tudor could go up. Let's say it goes up with inflation, right? Meanwhile, the rest of your stock portfolio has crashed 40%. Okay, moving on. Let's go back to the Rolex.
Let's move on, because the whole premise of Tudor being a good investment is
I think
crazy talk.
Well, I don't think so, but you can have your opinion. I think if you go vintage, it's not. You know what I'm saying? If it's real, I'm talking one of tens, you know? I mean, one, really rare. I'm talking ultra rare.
How much would you spend on this ultra rare watch?
30,000.
30,000.
I mean, maybe not on that watch. I haven't, honestly, I just threw out that number. I was going to say 30,000, let's say. And the reason why I put that number out there is for the Sea Dweller, right? So they have the 1660 double red, which is about a $35,000 watch. For the first gen, this is not this watch. This is not the first gen. This is like the third gen, 16600. But they first started with the 1660. I think it was the 16. Now that's probably not the right reference, but it's late. In any event, that's about a $35,000 watch for like the first ones they came out with. So I just threw out a number, but I'd have to research it, but I think your money is safe at a certain price.
Speaking of appreciating value, vote in the poll. Vote in the poll. The poll is still open. It's getting closer and closer, I think.
It's actually, I think, the 1665, the 1665 Rolex Sea Dweller.
1665. 1665.
1665.
All right. What else? Anything else you guys want to talk about? I'm talking about you, Captain, or anybody in the chat. We are we're covering this breaking news. I don't have. I think it was Boxer who said that there was a bunch of releases, bunch of leaks. I don't see anything other than this. So I think this is it. I think we covered everything that we want to cover, unless someone wants to jump on and talk about something different. So we'll do the 5-minute warning. We got like 17 people watch. I don't want to let those 17 people down. So if anybody wants to jump on, watch talk, non-watch talk, I don't care.
Car talk in a relaxed format.
Yeah, car ASMR car talk.
Yeah.
In a relaxed panel format. Jump on any topics. We'll do Q&A, and then we're going to close the poll in 3 minutes. So just a warning, we're going to close the poll. When I say we're closing the poll in 3 minutes and ask any questions that you may want and jump on the panel, we lose 20% of viewers, and so that's the goal. Is people can leave in droves, and we get down to 4 or 5 viewers, then I feel comfortable ending the stream. It's dead air. Dead air, guys. We're gonna torture you with dead air.
Yeah. This has been a marathon.
Huge thank you. Yeah, thank you, by the way, again to 80 Never Calling and to TG01. Thanks for the super chats, the show of support for the channel.
Yeah, very generous.
Jump on the panel. Come on, don't make me badger you. We got JD in the chat too. What's up, JD?
Protect Chris talking about Ohtani rookie cards in 2021. Yes. By the way, did they win? Did the Dodgers win the World Series? This is a silly question because I watched it
recently. Yeah, I think they did.
Did they win again? Because I know they won. They were back to back, right? I think they did too. Or did they lose it in 7? They did. Okay, that's right. There was that game. Yeah, that game 7 could have gone either way. So that even improves Ohtani more because now back to back, right? Back to back. Right. The Ohtani rookie cards. I mean, he is insane. That guy couldn't believe.
Well, Ohtani works particularly well for the Dodgers because there's a huge Asian population in California. Yeah. So, and then of course, baseball is very popular in Japan. Right. So,
yep. Well, of course, and he's basically greatest player since Babe Ruth.
Is he? What did he do that was so special? I forgot. Did he hit,
yeah.
he hit a home
Well,
run or something like? Or
He
what did
hits
he
a
do?
lot of home runs. Yeah.
He hit like 3 home runs in one game or something like that.
One game. But Reggie Jackson did that back in 1976 for the Yankees, and it was on three swings, 3 home runs. I remember watching that, live, but on TV, not at the stadium. But Ohtani also pitches, OC. So, I mean, I think he pitched the game in the series, right? I mean, which is insane.
And they're not supposed to be able to even know how to hit when they're pitchers, basically, right?
Yeah, it's like but Babe Ruth pitched because back then I think people did it all. I know people talking about watches. It kind of segues into collecting baseball cards, of which I am not a baseball card collector or a Pokemon. No. Pokemon is the big one, right? You had who did you have on? What were they collecting? Were those Pokemon cards?
I don't think so. Nobody allowed on this channel is allowed to collect. That's gay as fuck, Captain, to be collecting Pokemon cards.
Wasn't there someone who collected cards that was on your channel? Or you're just messing with me now?
No, I really don't know. I don't think so.
No, you did.
Well, if they did, they're banned. How about that?
It was, what's his name? Cloud Ken was on.
Oh, Clown Ken.
No, was he on your show? All right.
I can't remember. He might have been on. He's welcome. He's welcome to jump on.
I might be misremembering who's showing what, collecting what. I don't collect any of these.
I don't know anything about cards.
All right.
By the way, are you a fan of the Dodgers, or are you like a Yankees fan?
No, I'm not a fan of the Dodgers. I am a Mets fan and secondary Yankees fan. Yeah, so New York.
Gotcha. But what's your obsession with Ohtani then?
It's fascinating. I mean, he's so good. Like I can't deny greatness. I mean, you're witnessing something special, so you have to recognize that. And I never hated the Dodgers, but actually I did when they played the Mets, right? Kirk Gibson.
Yeah. Well, I'm from LA, so like
Tommy Lasorda.
Yeah, I grew up in the Tommy Lasorda era.
I love LA. We love it. Da-na-na-na-na-na. I love LA. Who's that?
See, you are, that's Randy Newman. That's like the official theme song of Los Angeles. Mm-hmm. The one thing, like I'm like 6 to 7 years older than you, but you still might remember there was a guy.
Don't let the gray hairs fool you.
That's right, very big on the Dodgers. His name was Fernando Valenzuela.
Oh yeah, of course. He was the Mets nemesis.
Was he? He was a pitcher, right? Yeah, he had like kind of long hair. He looked like Eric Estrada, like a chubby Eric Estrada, maybe.
Yeah. I think he threw. What did he throw? He threw the screw. Was it a screwball or the slider? I don't know. Someone in the chat may know. He might be a Hall of Famer, Fernando Valenzuela. He used to. Yeah, I remember him.
Yeah, he was all the rage when I was in LA.
Fernando Valenzuela. He used to turn like all the way around when he was pitching. Like when it was a weird,
crazy.
He'd turn his whole body and then throw. I think it was a screwball.
Yeah. I like talking about stuff from the 70s and 80s because like 90% of my viewers are younger than I am. So it's like when I say like when I was growing up, like there was a guy named Mike Schmidt,
Mike Schmidt? Yeah,
he was on the Wheaties boxes. Like I think he was with the Phillies or something. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, and they also don't remember that Bruce Jenner won the decathlon in what was it, the 1976 Olympics? I want to say.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So he was on the Wheaties box, right? So we grew up.
He's probably one of the most famous guys to ever be on a Wheaties box. Yeah.
Yeah. With this famous athlete, Bruce Jenner, waving the American flag, right, after winning the decathlon. And then the younger generation knows who he is from
Kardashians.
The Kardashians.
Yeah.
And Caitlyn. Now Caitlyn Jenner. Anyway, so yeah.
Got Elda Sense in the chat.
Time moves fast. You have to buy Rolex and Patek.
Reach for the crown, reach for the cross. Elda Sense is in the chat, member of the channel. Yep, good to see you here. Who else? Who's this guy? Cages Moy is cool. Never seen you before, but welcome to the channel. 3 Rolexes and 3 Porsches. What models are you choosing? All modern.
matter.
Well, you're a car guy. I mean, I'm not a car guy. So
I own a Porsche. It doesn't mean, I like cars, but I would get I'd get all three 911s,
all 399.
a 992 GT3 RS, 992 Turbo.
These are way too track inspired for me.
I don't know. 99 I'd like GT2, GT3. I mean, if money is no object, I would get top of the mark. But what I'm actually looking at would be, I own a 997.1, which I just got serviced, and it cost me basically a tutor OC. That's what I was referring to earlier. So I would move up to a 9972 coupe, because mine's a convertible. Coupe manual transmission. Rolex, whatever. Just pick your poison.
Mine would look something like this.
Targa.
I like the Targa.
Mm-hmm.
It's old. It's a throwback to the 80s when I was growing up, you had the fucking Targa, that fucking rail, and you had Targa top. Because T-tops were big and Targa tops were huge and you got the curved glass, which is something you'd see not only on this car, but also on the Trans Am and on the Camaro, that curved back window.
Yeah.
And also on Corvettes too.
Yes.
Corvettes too had that. Remember, Corvette had a split curved window at some time. So like for me,
I like that look. Yeah.
Somebody feel like the back end looks kind of big. This for me, the 911 Targa. For Rolex, do you need 3 Rolex? I mean, you could easily pick 3 Rolexes.
I'd go with the ones I have. I mean, I have the Cookie Monster. I love that watch. I think it's severely undervalued, or somewhat undervalued. I'd pick a sub, but I have a sub in there. Oh, I'd go with modern. Okay, so 1665 is out. Shit. I may sell my Pepsi, so I can't say it. I'd love to have a Pepsi.
Yeah, for me, you go with a Submariner, with a GMT-Master 2 and a Date 8. Done.
Yeah, I agree. And then just pick your poison, right?
Yeah. Or you could use Submariner, Daytona, Date 8. I mean.
All right, we're past 1 o'clock, OC. I gotta hop.
You can jump off. Captain, thanks for jumping on and doing the analysis with me. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Always a pleasure, OC.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Yep, it's 1 a.m. Have a good one. 1 a.m. here on the East Coast. We're doing breaking news here. We are showing a leak, a 2026 Rolex leak. This is supposedly a 136710 BLNR, blue dial, blue GMT hand, black and blue bezel, steel oyster bracelet, reimagined reference GMT-Master 2. Is it real? You guys vote in the poll and let me know. So I don't know. I think we're transitioning now the show to open panel, completely open panel, open topic. Anybody who wants to jump on and just talk about whatever. I usually don't do late night shows. I usually do shows that in the afternoon or in the evening. But listen, you guys, anybody wants to jump on, feel free. I know you guys are bored. Let's see if there's anything else I want to cover. I don't think so. The other breaking news that I shared in the chat earlier is that I have decided to consolidate my collection. I have officially, as of today is my last day with my Zenith El Primero Chronomaster and my Omega Seamaster Diver 300M. Those watches are now on their way to a new home in the watch community. And now I consolidate my collection is strictly focused on Rolex, Patek, and AP. And we just need to add Richard Mille to the collection, and I'll have my 4. I'll have the big 4. Breaking news: Pokemon is gay. Well, that's not really breaking news. Everybody knew that. And buying mystery. The only thing worse than having Pokemon cards is buying empty mystery boxes of Pokemon cards. Pokemon or Pokemon? Pokemon. Who gives a shit? Anyway, that's the show. Jump on the panel. Let's make it fun. I'll drop the link right here. And then I will give the 5-minute warning. Boom. By the way, the next burger stream is going to be Shake Shack. We did the Big Arch, we did the Whopper, we did Five Guys, and we did the Wendy's Dave's Double. The next one up is Shake Shack. So look for that one. Now we're officially entering the dead air era of the show. Jump on the panel. There's nothing else going on tonight. Let's see. Is there anything newsworthy you guys want to cover? Anything at all? It doesn't have to be watch related. Let me know in the chat. I wish I could get a Porsche. I wish I could get a Porsche. But listen, I don't drive enough. I don't really drive enough to enjoy it. I'd wreck it. Probably wreck it. I've got 13. The number of viewers is dropping dramatically. I'm down to 13 viewers. That's good. If we get down to under 10 viewers, I can feel good about ending the stream. So if we can just have a few people leave. There's nothing interesting going on here. So if you guys could just like exit the stream, that'd be great. If you want to stick around, this is the breaking news right here. Blue Dial BLNR. It's called the Dark Knight. That's the new name, the Dark Knight. We've got Naja Americana in the chat. I'm late to the show, but that was actually released. I'd try to get it. It's not actually released. This is a leak. This was a leak that was shared to me by Coronet, by the editorial team at Coronet Magazine. And I decided, listen, I'm bored. They're like, OC, don't show this. It's unconfirmed. I'm like, fuck it. I'm showing it anyway. We need content, guys. The watch community is boring as fuck. We need content, and we need it quickly. They're like, OC, but we can't confirm the authenticity of the leak. I'm like, you think I care? Fucking, I'll throw up some photos. We got to do a stream. Dub Crown says, I recently have switched my burger preference to Burger King. They have been killing it. The problem is whenever somebody recommends like a watch, a burger to me or a watch, I get hungry for that burger. Like I could go for a Whopper right now. Totally. I could go for a Whopper. I literally could like leave right now, go pick up a Whopper and devour it. Thank you, Protect Chris, for your prediction. I'm not going to pull it up. Thank you so much. You will not be disappointed with Shake. I mean, I don't like Shake Shack fries. I'll tell you that much. So like, I probably won't get their fries. I'll give their burger a fair shake, but I'm not gonna eat their fries. To me suck. And I'm used to great fries. We got Five Guys. Mickey D's fries can't be beat. They're so delicious. So not optimistic that Shake Shack fries are going to be any good. I don't even think their shake's going to be that good. They're called Shake Shack. So, but yeah, look for that stream, the Shake Shack stream coming up maybe this weekend. Me and Logan Hall and maybe a bunch of people will jump on, or maybe it'll be just me. You never know. Anything else you guys want to talk about? Anything interesting? I will answer any questions. How about that? That's bold. I will allow any questions to, how about this? I'll allow any questions to be asked. I won't necessarily answer them. Should we just kill the show? Should we kill the show? What do you want to do? What do you guys want to do? Doc Mick in Florida says blue dial cookie monster. Is that like is that a prediction, or are you looking at, this is a blue dial GMT-Master 2. So this is the a new Batman. People are calling this, it's being dubbed the Dark Knight. The Dark Knight. Keep going. How am I going to keep going when I don't have any topics? We need panelists. The show needs guests. The show needs super chats. Actually, we don't. It's a wish. Okay, you want a blue dial cookie monster. That's basically like the Smurf, right? If they did a Submariner with this blue dial, man, and a blue bezel, like the Cookie Monster. Listen, Captain has the Cookie Monster. Rosé has a Cookie Monster. There's some people who have the Cookie Monster. You know, I think this blue dial would crush it, though. We've got look at this, Tan, who's a member of the channel, is here. Hello, OC. Good morning, Tan. It's early in the morning. Where Tan is in Paris. We have a global audience. Let's check. Let's see. I think we can finally kill the poll. And the poll results are as follows. Is this image that's on the screen right now of a redesigned GMT-Master 2, is it real or is it fake? Real, 39%. Fake, 61%. So that's actually pretty even. I would expect it to be a blowout one way or the other. If you're watching this on the replay, you can't see the poll results in the chat, so let me repeat it one more time. Is this image on the screen real or fake? This is a new, supposedly leaked GMT-Master 2 with a blue dial in steel, in oyster steel. Real, 39%, which is a pretty significant portion. Fake, 61%. Thank you guys for voting in the poll. We had 135 votes in the poll. 135 votes in the poll, which means those are pretty big numbers. Really, really big numbers. That means there are a lot of people trickling in and out. Most of the people are not chatting. Most of the people are not chatting. We've got 16 viewers now. What I could play a little bit of the Nico video, the worst YouTubers. Do you guys want to see that? Maybe Nico put out a check this out. Here is the thumbnail of a new video. Gonna get this off the screen here. The worst watch YouTubers. Now listen, I would if I were like thin-skinned, I'd take offense to this. But well, listen, I think all publicity is good publicity. Now listen, I'm put into a group with TPG, Roman, and Archie Luxury. I don't know. Is that a good group? Should I be proud of this association? I don't want to play the video. It's not that interesting. But shout out to Nico. Hope he's doing well. I told him he should test this version of the thumbnail with the big choppers versus the one he has now. Other than that, there's no other. Well, I guess there's one more thing I could talk about. It's just boring watch talk. You guys don't like boring. I'm back. Let's see here. Man, that took a long time to load. Boom. Check this out. Fresh data from the Federation of Swiss Watches. This is the data for February, and then in the all the way on the right-hand column, you can see the year over year for 2 years. For the month of February, shipments of Swiss watches to the United States up 27%, Japan up 28%, and 24%, and France up a whopping 57%. So if you want to know where the watches are going, which is an important question, like where can I get watches more easily? The Swiss industry as a whole has decided, you know what, we're going to ship a lot more watches to the United States, Japan, and France, particularly France. As you can see here, year over year from 24 to 26, they're up 47% over the last 2 years in France. Shipments to France. There you go. Boring watch talk, courtesy of OC. Let's see what else is going on. And you guys, I already shared the breaking news earlier in the show. The Tudor is gone. The Omega is gone. I don't have a Tissot PRX in my collection. I don't have an Omega. I don't have a Zenith. I don't have a Tudor. All I have is Rolex, 2 Pateks, and an AP. That's my collection. And I will be consolidating some of the Rolex. I've been offered some big money for the King Midas and very big money for the Texano. So those may have to be going to a new happy owner soon. And yeah. All right. Last chance. We're going to do a 5-minute warning. 5-minute warning. Please begin leaving the show now. Anybody's welcome to jump on, though. If you jump on, the show will be extended. Open topics. It's up to you guys. I'm just an MC. I'm just like the host. This is your show. Anyone? Bueller. Dingo Dave is joining the chat. What's up? Got Australia. Australia is what? Waking up? What time is it in Australia right now? Waking up or going to bed? I don't know which one. Upvote the live stream, guys. If you're watching right now, we should have at least 50 upvotes. The fact that we don't have 50 upvotes is a dramatic failure on your part to ensure adequate subscriber engagement. So please upvote the stream. 3 p.m. It's 3 p.m. in Australia. Drop the link for Archie Luxury. He's still awake. He's still awake. It's only 3 p.m. Oh, look at this. Just give me a thumbs up if you want to come on with your camera on, or just give me a thumbs up to let me know everything's cool. Or I'll just add you. Are you cool if I add you? Let me know. Okay, I'm gonna add you. How's the audio? Everything okay? Audio back there? You hear me okay? Okay, let's just put them on. Yo, TGO1. What's up?
Let's see. How are you?
I'm doing great. Look at that. Look at your command center.
How's my audio?
Audio is perfect. It's amazing.
Cool.
How you been?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. By the way, the little tiny secret, and we'll share this with the audience. You don't mind if I tell the story about what I messaged you about today, do you? Indeed.
I actually don't recall, but go ahead.
Okay, so like there was someone on social media who every time this particular stock went up would do an Instagram post saying like, "Oh, look, the stock is going up. It went up 10% today." And then, a few weeks later, the stock would jump. I could do another big jump and jump up 10%. He'd do another Instagram post and go, "Look, the stock jumped up again today, 10%." And so this was about 3 weeks ago. I reached out to TGO1. I said, "Yo, do me a favor, check into this stock and tell me what you think." Now, TGO1, within about 30 seconds, said, I'm not going to say exactly what you said, but you basically said, "I think the stock's going to go up to this, and then I think it's going to top off, like right at this level." And then you named a number, a very specific number.
Exactly.
Lo and behold, and I'm not making this shit up, today it went up to that number, and then today it dropped 20%. And so I messaged you. I'm like, how did you do that? How did you know? And it's like, I don't want to know how the secret sauce is made, but it's all in the visualizations and the data. And he knows what he's doing, guys. He knows what he's doing.
Cool discussion this evening.
It was fun. Look, is this thing real? Who knows? But it's fun to speculate, even if it's not real. It's fun to think about would they do this? Should they do it? What if they did do it? And all that stuff.
I like blue. I like blue.
So do I. So
I
do
mean, I would buy it because I'm gold and bronze, and when it comes to serious pieces, but for a casual thing, I think it's great.
Yeah, it's steel, it's blue, it looks good. I mean, could it be real? I don't know. I don't know. SE's in the chat. When's it going to end, OC? Constantly moving the goalpost. You know, I just added a Speedy, and it's a great watch. I can't get lost in the winning trap. I know, like what SE's talking about is I sold my only Omega and I sold my only Zenith today. So I'm now only Rolex, Patek, and AP. Concentrating on the winners. I know you have a Rolex Sky Dweller, which is a gorgeous watch.
And you also did this. I heard you speaking to that earlier this evening as a complex piece. You know, I've only worn it a few times, but Cap was spot on, by the way, when he was talking about the Cartiers for the women, because that's actually my most proudest buy is the beautiful Jubilee that I bought for my, I'm very lucky, my beautiful better half, the Jubilee, I think they call it a cordon bleu, solid gold, 20.
Ballon blue.
Yes. Oh, it's beautiful. It's gorgeous.
Mm-hmm. Chicken cordon bleu is delicious, but that's probably not the name of it.
No, I like, that's good. It's great though. See, I like that too.
And you got rid of the Baume Mercier, correct?
I gave it away.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm talking about. Consolidation.
Yeah.
Even if you have to give it away to a stranger on the streets, if it's not one of the approved brands.
No, it's a great watch in a lot of Swiss heritage. And I gave it away to a very cool bartender in the city.
That's very kind of you. But it's someone that you knew for a long time, right?
Just a cool guy who I want the best for.
Nice.
I actually gave him, I gave him two. One was a dress watch, which I didn't talk about, with a black leather strap. Something you wear in a dress meeting if you're wearing a suit when you're 24 years old trying to sell a contract. And the other one was a stainless gold Baume Marseille. Two great watches.
And that was, so you gave him two watches, one for each kind of occasion.
Exactly, because he was getting into real estate. And I said, when you're going to close a deal as a young 24-year-old, you might want to sport this, classy, understated Baume Marseille, black strap, white dial, just beautiful. Back in the day, I actually bought my father one. And at the time, these watches were around 1,800 or 2,000. And my dad loved it. I mean, my dad always sported a Rolex President, solid gold king, the king. But he loved that watch when I gave it to him because he wanted to go into meetings and be a little bit understated, which I think it was impossible for him because there was no denying who he was. So a watch, it didn't matter what the watch was. It was going to be him. So, I think that's actually an important statement and lesson. It's not so much about the watch, it's who's wearing it.
There is that saying that the watch doesn't make the man makes the watch, or whatever the saying is.
Yeah.
The clothes don't make the man makes the clothes, or whatever.
Yeah.
So how are things going in terms of the markets? I know there's a little bit. I don't try to follow. I try not to follow it every single day, but sometimes there are headlines like the Dow dropped 700 points or whatever. So things is a little bit of volatility these days. Does that make it a little bit more difficult for you to manage day-to-day operations, or is it par for the course?
Great question. It's been frustrating the last couple of days because because of the obviously the news and the volatility spectrum, what we do, I have not been able to like reload, if you will. However, I cannot complain because it's been an insanely great 2 months. So we're just waiting to reload, and a couple of things can happen for us to do that. It could happen tomorrow. It could happen, the next day. It's just kind of frustrating when you have to wait, and that's a little bit of greed speaking there on my part.
Yeah.
But can't complain. But no, it's an interesting time, and what we're seeing now is what we expected, and but for what we do, the gyrations. I mean, some announcements that could have happened earlier today may happen tomorrow, and so that makes a 200-point difference in the ES and the SPY and the markets that we trade and that we put positions on. And as I conveyed, we don't want to be, let's see if my finger's pointing the right way. I'm not an expert at this yet. We don't want to be wrong about those levels. We have to know those levels like a month in advance. And if we're right, things are good. If we're wrong, things are painful.
When you say that you're waiting to reload, I'm interpreting that to mean, like I'm reading between the lines, that you have a significant cash position and you're just waiting for the right time to plug those into investments with good opportunity level, or is that what you mean, or is something different?
Well, what we do is we like to be the casino. So we like to sell premium. And so we like to pick levels where we think price action isn't going to go.
I wish I could say I understood that, but I don't. So
yeah, so
maybe if there are people.
So no, so we like derivatives, contracts, and those types of things, and so we sell premium in the prospect of where a price action isn't going to go. So when you send me if you send me a thing about a ticker that I probably don't follow, but I'll look it up on the charts and I'll say, okay, OC, here's why I see support and resistance. That one you sent me like almost a month ago, panned out, it ended up doing what I thought it would do. But again, I don't even follow that ticker. I don't even follow that company. But
Right.
That's technical analysis. What we do is we trade derivatives on the market overall because it's more of a rhythm-based instrument versus in particular company, which is unpredictable based on news or something you can never plan for.
High stress.
This is why these streams are so stress relieving.
Well, boring. In my case, boring watchdog, but
no, especially the burger reviews.
The burger reviews are good. I hope people are finding those entertaining because
they're great, man. You and Logan are doing a great job with that.
Thanks. I mean, there's nothing more. The Curly's stream is kind of the theme for 2026 is like theme of unity. I think nothing actually brings people more together than the universal appeal of enjoying a burger and knowing what you like about a burger and what you don't like, and watching other people eat a good burger is, I think, can be something that brings people together. So that's my little hokey way of thinking about it.
No doubt about it. Absolutely no doubt about it.
We have Michael Hamburg from Germany who's in the chat. It's good to see Michael W in the chat again. Got Keslowitz. He's still up. I don't know why he's still up. It's past midnight where he is. Fewer than 10%. Keslowitz is a financial wizard. Fewer than 10% of active investment managers and even fewer individual investors consistently beat the market the S&P 500 over long periods. That's true, but TGO1, his whole notion is to dramatically overperform the markets. It's not just good enough to, yeah.
So, our smallest account last year did, I don't know, 50%. The
Growth?
biggest net gain of, the smallest one we had was like at 40 to 45. The mid was like 60, 65. And the best one we had was like 120%. So, and last year was slow, and we're trying to ramp it up. And it took years to develop the strategies and what we have now. And we're working, as much as we can to, program some of this stuff. But I have to tell you, I'm not there yet. And I'm all about technology and AI and all these things. But, you have to be here looking at these levels. And so much is dependent upon, right now anyway, the news. And the news can swing levels, the news can swing those levels way beyond what's in the textbook. So you have to be prepared for that.
Yeah.
And that takes patience.
So what kind of risk to the overall global economy is what we're seeing with the disruption in oil supply? Like, how does that quickly trickle into a potential global economic crisis? Is it because it affects everything that comes downstream in terms of what is it? How is it that trouble in the Middle East can have such a huge global financial impact?
No, I think it does. And I think that's why you saw at least one of the CEOs of, I think it was American Airlines today, come out and say they're looking at 20% jump in airline tickets because of the fuel cost. And that was today. So I think the after effects on this at minimum are 6 months. At minimum, probably 9, but best case 6 months.
Wow. Yeah, people were getting used to the cost of cheap gas, and now all of a sudden, gas is way more expensive.
Look, I own a company that has people on the road. I'm going to have to bump up a travel expense for them by 30% just to justify because they're facing the gas station every week. And so I'm going to have to, come in and give them extra, which is fine. But I'm just saying, just to make sure that's not coming out of their wages and let them know because they shouldn't have to pay for that, in my opinion.
Right.
So the company's going to pay for that. But we can already all see it. It's there. It's already hitting the gas pumps. I own gas stations, so I know about that too. That's one of my other businesses. So,
inflation is not the friend of the American worker. When there's big inflation, American worker falls behind quickly.
Wealthy people, affluent people are cutting back. They are watching things. Rich people are selling things that they don't need. It's the market has been inflated for several months. And it officially started to turn technically about 3 months ago on the charts.
Mm-hmm.
So this war is only throwing gas on a fire that was already there, to be honest with you. OC, did you see the news thing? You're great at the internet. Just Google it. Did you see the thing that came out late last week where they came out with the Treasury came out with the official budget thing where they said the U.S. was insolvent?
I did see that. I saw that.
Yeah. The press didn't print it. Nobody printed it. By trillions. By trillions. Nobody wants to talk about it. The U.S. is insolvent by trillions.
Here is the
I think
article.
the press doesn't report because I don't think they know how to articulate it, to be frank with you.
This is the article to which you are referring here. It was, I think, published by CNBC. Here it is, picked up by Yahoo Finance. The headline is, "The Treasury just declared the United States insolvent. The media missed it." And I'll just read the first paragraph or so. "The United States government is insolvent." That's not hyperbole. It's the conclusion drawn directly from the Treasury Department's own consolidated financial statements for fiscal year 2025, released last week to near total media silence. The numbers: the U.S. government has $6 trillion in total assets and $48 trillion in total liabilities. What that basically means is we are insolvent. we have 48 trillion in liabilities and only 6 trillion in assets. So not good. Not good at all. Even more alarming is the off-balance sheet picture. The 75-year unfunded social insurance obligation surged by 10 trillion in a single year, rising from 78 trillion to 88 trillion, driven primarily by a 7 trillion jump in projected Medicare Part B shortfalls and a 2.5 trillion increase for Social Security. It's our unfunded obligations are massive. So, what do you see as the effects for the average American on the fact, based on the fact that we're continuing to borrow 2 trillion every year, or maybe even more than that?
I just think it's going. I just think it's going to continue to be constricted, and the majority of Americans are living on credit, and they're living a falsified lifestyle, if you will. And it's going to come back at some point and haunt them, and it's going to haunt the banks that have forwarded this liquidity to them. And it's just. You have to, my father said it a different way. I say it this way. You have to stay in your lane. It's very good to stay in your lane and understand your lane, because, that will make you the best person you can be, is to stay in your lane of expertise, whatever God gave you or whoever you believe in, just stay in your lane. And, most people have been fooled just to try to compete with social media, blah, blah, blah. They run up their credit cards, they spend too much money. And, a lot of banks
But what is, let me interrupt you, but what is the family to do? So you have a lower to mid-income family, and their rent is going up. The cost of groceries is going up. The cost of healthcare goes up. And, they need a new car. I mean, the average price of a new car, which used to be $33,000, I don't know, 10 years ago, is now $50,000. Now, I'm not saying people should go out and buy $50,000 cars. Of course, they should buy the most affordable car they can to get from point A to point B. But how do they get ahead when they don't have the resources to fund their basic obligations? What needs to change? Do wages have to go up? Do we need to? How are we going to end this in a way that's helpful?
Well, there's a couple of things that we have to assume that may or may not be happening. The heads of the households have to be working at least one full-time, if not full-time plus time and a half jobs. Because a lot of people that I know that are not blessed to have businesses or whatever, they're working 2 jobs. I know a lot of,
Mhm.
we just left the restaurant earlier tonight, G and I. The
Mhm.
people who work in 2 jobs at the restaurant, they have a day job and they have a
I
night
know.
job at the restaurant.
They shouldn't have
And
to, though. I mean,
I know
I mean,
exactly. I agree. And that's why we try to take care of them. But the point is that, people are stuck. They have to work either double jobs or they need education to take them to another level. And to be frank with you, when I get some extra time, hopefully in the next 2 or 3 years, I may give away all this stuff you see behind me, the stuff that I know. Most people, you know, charge a fortune to understand how to do what I do. And at some point, for the people that can appreciate it, I want to download this to young people who can do the right thing with it because it's a blessing. And it takes sacrifice to understand this stuff. But everything in life is a sacrifice. And you have to work hard. Many people are working 2 jobs, and that's still not enough. But I just saw OC. I just saw like in the last few days. I think the minimum wage in New York City, if I'm not mistaken, is going up to $30 an hour.
hmm.
So I thought it was 20. I think it's going up to 30. So, and that's like at McDonald's. So
I think they want to increase it. Technically, I think it's $17 an hour, which is, I mean, I'm not sure what that extrapolates that to on an annual basis. But I think they want to do a $30 minimum wage by 2030.
okay, well maybe that's what it was. But I saw something in print where they were suggesting $30 an hour, and so it's the inflation is not calming down, so the Feds are not going to reduce the rates, and it's just the war and everything doesn't help things, and it's just going to take some time for things to tame down, and things will tame down, things will get better. But everyone needs to study and stay on their toes and continue to better themselves because that's what it's about. I mean, you could have a great benefactor or whatever, but anybody can only give you so much. You have to take it to the next level. I mean, that's what I did. So, it's just, it's a very interesting time. Hopefully, we'll get past this. But look, when this market bottoms, and it will, hopefully soon, it'll be a great buying opportunity. And then text me back and say, "Hey, Tim, what do you think?" And I'll tell you. I'll say, "OC, okay, we've hit a support level." I don't see it yet. In fact,
Yeah.
I
I'm
was
signing up
telling
for the
my guy.
TGO1 weekly newsletter so I can get
No,
notified
no,
when that
no.
happens.
See, but believe me, I'm telling like some of the smartest guys in New York where I told them Friday where SPY was going to be Monday morning, and I was only $2 off. They didn't tell me, I told them. But like, so I'm just saying, it's just you just have to know this stuff. Now, I don't know because I'm not connected with the current president, so I don't get the advancement before the tweet goes out. Because if I did, I'd have made $60 million the other day. But I don't get that. I don't get that. Inside thing. But it's amazing what's happening in that sense, and it's absolutely. I don't even know what to describe it because we work very hard to do it like just on like public data, and some people don't like they get like data that we don't have, and they can make 60 million in 20 minutes. I mean, that's unbelievable. That's insane. And that's what happened. And I've been seeing it for over a year now because what you don't see like behind me is stuff that's actually in my computer. And we actually see the prints. We plot those weekly. So we know where the
Here's it.
insiders are. But
Yeah.
what we don't know is when a president is going to tweet and then make a phone call, and then a trader can make a trade 20 minutes before the tweet hits the news. and make 60 million. That happened a few days ago. That's true. Will it ever be investigated? Who knows?
Yeah. The amount of corruption is absolutely mind-boggling. I mean, it's every important decision that's being made at the highest levels involves people who are so greedy and corrupt that they're basically sharing and leaking the information before it happens. Right here is a headline from The Hill from just a couple of days ago. $1.5 billion stock trades before Trump's Iran announcement. Mind-blowing corruption. Yeah, it's like anytime there's any policy issue or any,
I could have easily put on a trade had I known that was going to happen right here in my office to do the same thing. Relatively speaking, it might not would have been worth $1 billion. Maybe it was worth 100 million. We make 20 million. But the point is that, as I told my fiance earlier tonight before dinner, I've never seen anything like this in my life. This is unbelievable. This is like a trader's, you're like cheating beyond cheating. Someone who has evidently direct access to news. Now, that news was a tweet that came from we know who. So it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, who's in that close circle? Who got that phone call? You don't put $1.5 billion on the table for an hour to make 100 million unless you know for a fact
that it's happening.
Yes.
Yeah. And what it does is I mean, it's easy. It's like, you know what? Well, the money comes from thin air. So, you bet on something in poly market or you buy stock or you short a stock or whatever. And all of a sudden you made this money and you don't see hey, there's no harm in it because we created value where none existed before. We created wealth out of thin air. But ultimately, when it destroys confidence in the credibility of the market. The thing is that these people operate with impunity because they know that even if they're caught, they'll be pardoned.
Right. Exactly.
So these people they're working under the proviso that we can do whatever the fuck we want, and doesn't matter because we're robbing the piggy bank, and we'll get pardoned even though we're robbing it.
And they know because history has shown they're not going to be, if any prosecution comes after them later on, it's going to be so weak. They'll pay any penalty they pay will be infinitesimal compared to what they made. So it's just like Nietzsche had a famous phrase. It was like I forgot what it was, but it's like, I'll ask for forgiveness later. I forget what his statement was, but it's like, do what you want now, and then we'll ask for permission later, forgiveness later. But
that's right. It's easy. It's easy to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission.
Yeah, exactly. So same kind of thing. But anyway. But hopefully things will stabilize. Get back to a good point. OC, I'm gonna have to check out because my battery's alarming me that I am low on this iPad. But
no worries. Thanks for jumping on. Appreciate it.
No. Thank you for the stream, and I hope I didn't bore everybody in the chat. I can't see the chat, so hopefully I didn't put everybody to sleep. But anyway, good discussion with you and Cap tonight on the steel. Love looking at Rolexes.
Appreciate your coming on. Glad you enjoyed the show. We wanted to do a late night stream. It was breaking news, this leak here, so wanted to share it with everybody and have a little bit of fun. By the way, do you see the you see the like a dramatic correction to get to the bottom, or do you see like a slow and methodical kind of bottoming out of the securities market? Do you have an opinion on that one way or the other? Or do you think it's going to be some dramatic crises and a very apparent bottom, or do you think it's like
No,
we're not even going to?
anything can happen, but I think that it's got to be getting close to curving back up outside of anything crazy on the Iran situation. And that's cut and go. I mean, there's been yesterday there was a ton of statements that were very positive, as if there was some incredible deal that was about to happen for the U.S. in addition to maybe the Congress coming to an agreement on the budget. So two things could really put a base in the market to holding where it is now. That 650 is a big level. Actually 640 is even better, but on SPY, which is your main ES, your market, ETF, but that 640 is a real strong base. If it gets beneath 640, then no, it's going much lower. But if it holds 640, I think it could stabilize for a time being. So,
but that's only down 10% from its highs.
Right, it was already inflated. It was already inflated, so this was expected. I mean, the war is just an add-on to what was already expected. So,
got it. Appreciate your coming on and sharing some wisdom with us.
OC, thank you.
Much appreciate. Have a great night. TGO1, everybody. And if you just joined us, breaking news in the watch world. Make myself a lot smaller. This is a leak. We don't know if it's real or not. Probably not real. The leak of a 126710 BLNR. This is a new, we don't know how it's new, but it's a leak with a new reference number 136710 BLNR. Black and blue bezel, blue dial, stainless steel, blue GMT hand, oyster bracelet here. This is apparently what it's supposed to be, is a screenshot of a pre-production Rolex website. Probably not real, but it's fun to talk about nonetheless. We've got TB Profile in the chat. Got Hawkeye, Tickle My Talk, Sudesh Salansky is joining us. GMC is here. And SE, member of the channel, very words TGO1, having negative savings rate is asking for huge trouble. Please live below your means. Thank you very much. SE. If anybody else wants to jump on, we'll go for another 5 minutes, maybe. We might go longer if somebody wants to jump on and shoot the shit. The link to join the panel is pinned at the top of the chat. I'll also drop it right here. I want to say thanks, by the way, also to AD Never Calling and TGO1 for the very generous super chats. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thanks for showing your support for the program. And now I say it's time for dead air. Dead air. But that was a true story I told about TGO1, and I pinged him about a very particular equity, and he nailed it. He nailed it. I don't know how he did it, but he did it. So, what else? Anything else you guys want to talk about? Do we want to talk about how I was named the worst watch YouTuber? This is funny. Come on. We have 19 people watching. It's hard to end the stream when there's 19 people watching. You know, YouTube started something different. YouTube, when you start watching a live stream that's in progress, instead of taking you to the live content, it starts you from the beginning now. And I'm not sure if they're A/B testing this or if they just rolled this out to everybody. So it's going to be interesting to see how this affects people watching the live streams, because the old behavior was if you clicked on a stream already in progress, you would be advanced automatically to the live part, and you would begin watching from the live portion, and then you could back it up and watch the beginning. And now the default is you start from the very, very beginning, and then you kind of watch it. And so if you don't realize that, like, hey, I'm 2 hours behind, you could be leaving comments that are for stuff that happened a long time ago. Let me know if you guys are watching this live stream, if you found that to be the case where you're clicking on live streams that are in progress and you're starting from the beginning. Now, if you're hearing this, you probably won't hear it for like 2 hours later, because if you're watching from 2 hours ago, you're just hearing it now. Boy, that was convoluted. All right, guys, what do you think? Should we call it? Should we keep going? I mean, that was my attempt at Park Bench Ultra Premium with TG01, and that's it. Hey, huge thank you to Captain too. Thanks, Captain, for jumping on. That was cool. Good to have a good convo with you. I'll just sit here and wait for somebody to jump on. I got nothing better to do. See, I know if I wait here long enough, someone's going to jump on. But I'm only going to wait 5 minutes. 5-minute warning. 5-minute warning. Last chance to super chat. We have a question. Greg Saga, watching it now. Are you watching the stream now? Land Dweller, good pickup at 40 millimeter. Yes, it is. It is. It's a good pickup. If you like the Land Dweller and the 40 millimeter is your size, it's definitely a good pickup. Goes for over retail. That's what you're asking. So if you're offered this Land Dweller in steel, 40 millimeter, definitely pick it up. That's a yes. With Rolex, it's easy. There's certain models that you know for sure are good buys. Submariner, Steel Daytona, GMT-Master 2s, Steel Sky Dweller maybe. And that's about it. Maybe a few very, very nice date justs like Blue Stick, Fluted Jubilee, Wimbledon, Fluted Jubilee, that kind of thing. Mint Green, Fluted Jubilee. How about pistachio or pink? Yes, definitely. Pistachio, lavender, pink, beige are all good pickups at 41 millimeter size. Those go for way over retail. I think they're 7,100 retail, probably trading around 11 or 12,000, maybe even more. Pink is super hard to get. I would love to get. I would wear a pink. I'd rock a pink Oyster Perpetual. I look good in pink shirts, with my olive tan skin. So like pink shirts, light blue shirts look good on me. So I would definitely rock a pink OP. These are easy questions, Greg, but thank you for asking them. You probably knew the answers already. You're just confirming. I think you guys are asleep. I've been told that my live streams are really, really good for falling asleep. By the way, congratulations to Britt Pierce, who just picked up the Oyster Perpetual 36 with the turquoise blue dial. Congrats, Britt. Happy for you. What else? If you're new to the channel, you're just tuning in, this is the original OC channel, Smartwatch Talk for the Smart Collector. We focus on Rolex, Patek, AP, and Richard Mille here. We do live streams, so make sure you're subscribed. Notifications are set to all. Hit the bell icon. Enable all notifications. Make sure your phone has the notifications enabled for the YouTube app. And upvote the live stream. Upvote. Let's try to get to 55. 55. Who's going to be lucky number 55? Upvoting the stream. Let me just check some sources here and see if there are any other leaks, any other photos other than this one. I think this one may have been debunked. This may have been debunked because, again, just to recap, if you look super closely in the URL here, it says 136710 BLNR-0002. And what that means is Jubilee bracelet. And what we're looking at here is Oyster bracelet. If the correct model, the correct reference number for the Jubilee bracelet version, if this were real, would be M136710 BLNR-0003, not 2. So that is a reason to conclude that this is not, potentially not real. In all fairness and transparency. But let me see if there's any other, let me check my sources, see if they have any other information at this hour. Just updating my sources on some things here. Okay. Anything else? The other news which I shared earlier, I no longer have an Omega or a Zenith in my collection. Those are gone. Those are gone. I'm now 100%, well, I'm 80% Rolex, 15% Patek, and 5% AP. I don't know if those are exactly the proportions, but pretty much it. Should we call it or should we keep going? Let's see. We'll go for 6 more minutes, and then we're actually pulling the plug. We will pull the plug in 6 minutes, unless we get someone jumping on, and that's not to put pressure on. I'm just laying out the facts for you guys. If you have a star next to your name, you may have a free member milestone check. click on the icon, the currency icon next to your name. If you have a star next to your name, click on the currency icon in the chat to see if you have a free member milestone chat. Use yours like Dub Crown used his member for 17 months. All right, I think we did it. 5 more minutes to go. This could be fabricated. You never know. See if there's any other breaking news here. Nope. Dead air. Dead air. We're going to go for another 4 minutes. This is not financial advice. This is not financial advice. Teddy Baldassar loves the blue dial Seiko GMT like this in a lot of his videos. I'm not familiar with that one. I'm not a big fan of Seiko. So the stream really doesn't cater to people who are like Seiko people. If you're a Seiko person, you're not going to like the stream. We focus on Rolex, hype watches, speculation, new releases, reaction videos, stuff like that. But this is your chance. You have 3 minutes remaining. You can ask the toughest questions in the world, and I will do my best to answer them. They don't have to even be watch-related questions. Anything, you guys know me pretty well. You can ask anything you want. By the way, if you didn't have a chance to, I'll just do like a shameless plug. Well, first of all, if you're not a member, or if you want to upgrade your membership, this is a great, click on this link right here to become a member. And then the other thing is, please check out this video. Let me see right here. I'll show you this. See this middle video right here? 2026 Rolex leaks, the hidden clues that prove they are real. We also did an unboxing in this show, and we raised over, I think we raised $900 for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and Ronald McDonald House Charities. There's a link in this show to donate to those causes if you want to check out that stream. Huge shout out, by the way, to America, Cars and Chrono, Boxer, Andy Lewis, ZD, Jeff, Gatsby, Chalk Flew Up, and a few other people, Brody and a few others, for supporting that stream. Huge unboxing and a lot of money raised for charity. Check it out. One minute warning. 1 minute warning. Okay. I'm dropping the link now to the VIP after show. After this stream is over, click on this link and you can join me backstage for the after show. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Hope you had a great time. I had fun. Thanks to Captain. Thanks to TGO1 for jumping on the panel. Thank you to Dub Crown. And thank you to 80 Never Calling. And huge thank you to TGO1 for the $100 super chat. Peace out, guys. Have a great evening. Click on the link to join the after show. Peace.